Everybody's good? 9:35, I'll call the meeting to order, and the first item of business is adoption of the agenda. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by Finch, that the agenda be adopted as printed and circulated. Is there any discussion? The one suggestion I'm going to make is we do have 8 timed items today, and I'm going to suggest that after 7A, a delegation about the recreation fees, that we move directly to 8.2B, the report on the recreation fees. If there's no objection, I'll just do that on the fly as we go. Everybody's good with that? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And are there any declarations of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? Not seeing any. And minutes, moved by Finch and seconded by Mitchell, that the minutes from the July 5th, 2023 council meeting be adopted as printed and circulated. Are there any discussion about the minutes? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And nobody submitted for a public comment period for today, so then we are down to item 6A. Building fees public meeting, moved by Mitchell, seconded by Finch, that council proceed into a public meeting pursuant to subsection 7(6) of the Building Code Act, RSO 1992, as amended. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And who is somebody going to present on that then? We didn't really talk about that. You or Mike gonna? Or are we just going to let it stand as the report? Yeah. Is there any questions from anybody in the public on the building fees report? And there's nobody online for this, I assume, either? And we're no time limit for this, right? So we're good, we're done. All right then. Any questions or discussion from council? Moved by Finch, seconded by Mitchell, that pursuant to the Building Code Act, the public meeting be adjourned and the regular meeting of council be called back to order. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So for those of you watching, what just happened basically was we were considering changes to the building fees, and under the legislation you have to have a public meeting so the public has an opportunity to speak to it. So that's what that was. That's why it seemed like nothing happened, because there was nobody here to actually speak to it. And then we're down to planning matters. And moved by Mitchell, seconded by Finch, that the council meeting be adjourned at 9:38 a.m. for the purposes of holding a public meeting pursuant to the provisions of the Planning Act. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Oh, yeah, it's up at 9:50. I'm too keen. So let's say that that didn't happen. And we'll talk about that later. So we will jump down then to I think it's fire usually, right? 8.1A, Fire Department, Report 2023-089 from the Fire Chief regarding monthly fire report for July 2023. Chief, is there anything you want to highlight for council before I ask them for questions?
Good morning. A couple things to highlight this morning. Saved by the Beep is the theme this year for the annual Test Your Smoke Alarm Day, which is September 28th. And it is a segue into our Fire Safety Week that occurs every year in October. But that's a provincial day that we will be promoting heavily, and we've partnered with the Fire Marshal for the outdoor farm show. They're going to do hopefully a day and visit us there and promote that. So if you start seeing some campaigning about Test Your Smoke Alarm Day, that's where that's coming from. Pump Ops is gearing up for the fall. We've got a lot of senior firefighters taking that course, and we're trying a different model, working with the OFC on a learning contract, so that's going to be a unique one, and more to come. And then the other big thing I wanted to highlight was the mobile live fire training unit was stationed in Tempsford. It's a provincial unit. I've shared a little bit about it before. We weren't really sure what we were getting, and it was a bit of a surprise. And when it rolled in Wednesday, they set up, they were out of there, and Thursday morning at 8 a.m. we started burning, and we continued doing fire training right through until Sunday. About 1 o'clock we wrapped up, and it was trucked out of their Monday and is now in St. Thomas up and running again. So this weekend we had 105 firefighters through Zorra Township that had access to really safe live fire training, and these units are provincially funded. We made the best and the most of it, and really proud of all the Zorra firefighters, but also the others that came from departments surrounding to make use of that, and we hope to apply for it again in the future.
Questions from council on the report? Councillor Stewart.
More just to add to the live fire training on her behalf as well. I was lucky enough to participate, and I just thought that we need to extend a bit of a thank you to you to help organize it as well. It was right on the heels of Camp Molly, which was no small feat to get organized as well. But having gone through RIFSOC recently, we have access to great training. This was like a step above what we have in our grasp on a regular basis. So hopefully this is something that we can see come back to Zorra.
Any other questions from council? Moved by Finch, seconded by Mitchell, that report 2023-089 from the fire chief be received and filed for information purposes only. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, chief. And 8.2A Recreation Department, report 2023-099 from the Director of Recreation and Facilities regarding monthly departmental activities. Matt, is there anything you want to highlight for council before I ask them for questions?
No, I'm open to questions.
Questions from council on the report? Questions from council on the report? Councillor Mitchell.
The brine header that it turns out fortunately doesn't need to be replaced, what was budgeted for that?
So it was budgeted at $65,000 for that header. Diane and I are working through some of the financial implications because we've had a few different projects that have gone over or under this year, so we're trying to pull that all together. Diane was away last week, so I didn't have that ahead of this meeting. We'll kind of bring back the details of where the projects have gone over and under this year as a total, because it's not just that singular project. We have some other ones.
Okay, but the project itself was about 5,000 for the brine header.
It was 65,000 for.
Sorry?
The brine header was a budget about 65,000. I think
Okay.
Once we removed that, there was about approximately $9,500 or $10,000, $9,500 or $10,000 that were surplus from the 3 refrigeration-related projects. But we have some other projects, the accessibility sidewalk at the pool and a dishwasher at the Tempsford District Recreation Center that have a different variance that we have to kind of account in.
Any other questions from council on the report? Moved by Mitchell, seconded by Finch, that report 2023-099 from the Director of Recreation and Facilities be received and filed for information purposes only. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And we're going to jump over 8.2B, because as I said, we'll deal with that after one of the delegations. So I'm going to suggest we go down to 8.2C, report 2023-100 from the Director of Recreation and Facilities regarding disc golf in Tempsford. Matt, is there anything you want to highlight in that one before I ask council for questions?
Just wanted to highlight a little bit on the location side of things with the course. Going out and playing on this course, I think some of my initial concerns were its proximity to Highway 19 and just the traffic that generates. There's a substantial swale or kind of hill on the majority of that once you actually play this sport, the one thing I didn't realize, I assumed it's like a Frisbee and they would fly very far and just kind of soar. A, I couldn't throw very far. And B, it just kind of has a different type of behavior to a typical Frisbee, so I'm less concerned about that. There was the whole one, they were proposing to have it by the highway, kind of on the top of the bank. We've talked about moving that down to the bottom of the bank, so more for pedestrian safety, that they wouldn't be standing at the top of the highway if a vehicle were to come off the roadway. That was just one thing I wanted to highlight on.
Questions from council on the report? Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, Matt, just a question. I know it talks about, as the options here, 1 or 2 going ahead with a 12-hole, and it's common to have a 9 or 12 or 18, I think, in this type of thing. I was just wondering, and it talks about, you know, there wasn't much conflict, or you didn't guys experiencing playing it, didn't see a lot of conflict between pedestrians and the people playing it. I just think, is there any consideration to maybe bringing this down to a 9-hole for now, knowing that there's potential for parkland across the river in the future? Maybe we can double it then. And where I'm going with that is that that's my stomping grounds there. I've lived literally right beside it, and I've seen more and more and more people using that park, not only just walking through on the pathways, but sitting down. So if you're going to take away a lot of square footage for these holes where people might picnic or throw a table up or you know whatever, maybe it makes sense to just back that off a little bit and leave a little bit more space for that. If that's something that could be considered?
It's feasible to reduce the number of holes and still have a playable space. This was what the proponent kind of laid out. So Brian and I met, we went through, marked out the holes. He had the initial design, and so we went based upon that. The actual footprint of both the tee pads and the baskets or targets are quite small, so I don't think it will interfere with the use of kind of passive use of picnics, things like that in the park. But and the other side from the walkers and the people that are kind of in the park as well, they can happen side by side in the sense that just like you would at a regular golf course, you would wait till the tee is clear, the fairway is clear before you play. And same thing goes if you have a pedestrian walking along before you take your shot, you'd wait. But it could be reduced down, and that would see some significant savings on both the tee pads and also the baskets. They're about $400 American, so kind of when we convert them around to they kind of come in the just under $600 range. So it could be considered, depending upon council's desire with that.
Okay, and the other thing I was going to mention is it doesn't seem like we're overly interested in putting the precast in, although every year, I believe it's township staff basically have to rebuild the pathway in that park after it floods. Mm-hmm. And if it is just chip and dust versus a precast slat, I think we would end up having to do extra maintenance there. Has that been considered in the $600, or is that sort of outside of the $600 maintenance?
That is basically the $600 maintenance. Is most of that is that we anticipate that we'd have to go out, add some material, and then rake that out. It does seem from talking to players that it is preferred for a concrete, asphalt, or rubberized surface is their preference. The precast hog slats, if you've worked in a hog operation before, you'd probably be familiar with them. It's kind of a novel idea that other courses have used as something that's a ready-made product that can just be installed. It also has the advantage that it can be moved if the tee locations are wanting to be moved. We still have to excavate and put some aggregate underneath them so they have proper drainage as well. So.
Questions from council? I have then moved by Grigg, seconded by Mitchell, that council endorse in principle the construction of a 12-hole disc golf course in Lions River Park, Thamesford, and that council directs staff to include the project in the draft capital budget for the year 2024. Deputy Mayor Grigg is the mover. Do you wish to speak to that?
Sorry, I have my mic in the wrong spot for my cords. It's fine. Your questions have me thinking a little bit different now. So we initially had this delegation, I think, a little over a year ago, and previous council had considered a disc golf course at the park, and I think we had a great delegation, which unfortunately this council did not get to see, but it was endorsed in principle. But we wanted more. Sorry, it wasn't formally endorsed in principle. We wanted more information back before we proceeded, primarily because of the reasons that Matt highlighted from his report about, use conflict, and also it was proposed for a specific park, but we have a wide network of parks across the municipality, and I know I wanted to be sure that there wasn't an alternate location that could better serve this function before we proceed with putting it here. We are not far away, hopefully, from having some expansive open park on the other side of the river, where I think we will hopefully see an increase in walking, trail use, picnics, that kind of thing. And I had not considered, the scope of this project at that park, having that impact, and what is that time lapse between, taking away that picnic space or not. So, I'll be interested to hear what my fellow councilors are thinking about the scope of the project. I'm in full support of putting this in, and I'm in full support of it being funded through the tax levy, that it just be included in the capital budget. I think the 70-30 split is a really great funding model for community projects. And we have a significant one going on right now in Tempsford with the multi-use courts, and we still have well over $100,000 of fundraising to do. So because this is a smaller scale project in terms of costing, and because it's within the same area of the municipality as there's already significant fundraising initiatives happening, I wouldn't want to see, competing bake sales coming up, both with the intention of supporting recreation for our residents. The only question I have, it's the two suggestions for this are that they're both 2024 in terms of implementation, but I'm also aware that there's some excavation and work happening in that park in relation to some other projects that are primarily Lions initiatives. Those conversations haven't been happening here, so I realize that it's a complicated conversation, but I would just want to make sure that if there's efficiencies in terms of certain equipment or certain types of work going in for one project in this year, is there the potential benefit for there to be cost savings in doing some of the excavating and surface treatment type work for this project at the same time. Matt had also mentioned that there are a variety of projects that have either gone a little over or a little under, and that he's planning on sitting down with Diane once she's back to sort of have a better look at where we are financially. If the finances were available in net surplus funds at the end of these capital projects, I would also be in support of proceeding with doing this year if there are efficiencies in both tendering, in any subcontracting out that we're going to be doing for some of the work that we won't be doing in-house, or even the work that we're doing in-house, if it's faster, more efficient, and more cost-effective for our staff to do that in conjunction with these other projects. So I realize what I'm saying here is very confusing in relation to the motion that I've brought forward. The motion that I've brought forward is in relation to the report, and I think there's some added pieces to the discussion. So I think I'll leave it at that for now and see what everyone else is saying, and I may have further comments later.
Councillor Mitchell is the seconder.
Yeah, I like this project for a number of reasons. It's a physical activity, could be a social activity, where people are in the great outdoors. That's a very low maintenance from the township's standpoint, is that we don't need staff to operate it, and even the annual maintenance that's budgeted is fairly low. So I support going forward with the project. I think it would just be another added amenity to the township. My question was how we should fund it, and I'm a big fan of the 30-70 split. But on a project of this size, would you consider that unless this project is being funded by the Lions Club or some other group where we can deal with the group on the funding end of it, our procedures is that we need to form a committee, and there's a fair bit of staff time involved in setting up the parameters for the committee, recruiting committee members, attending committee meetings, and I think when you're talking somewhere in the range of $11,000, that's overkill, and that when you consider the staffing and the timeline that would be involved in doing that, we're better off to just put it in for consideration in our budget, as Katie alluded to, possibly next year or possibly this year if the money is there. And I also, as Katie alluded to, there is a major fundraising campaign going on in Tempsford for the multi-use courts. There's a major fundraising campaign going on in Embro for the shelter. So I think to add another fundraising campaign for a relatively small project would be counterproductive. So that's why I supported the motion that we include it for consideration in the budget for next year.
Anyone else? Councillor Finch?
I'm in support for the disc golf and it being a part of the 2024 budget. I appreciate that it's a recreation, cost-friendly thing for the residents of Zorra.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor Gregg.
I just wanted to make, sorry, I missed this on my first speaking, round of speaking. I also just wanted to highlight, in the report, there's the inclusion of several sets of discs to be managed through the library. And I just thought, like, what a fantastic idea, so that, you know, if you're wanting to get into this, what's the best way to be able to make it as accessible to residents as possible? And we are so fortunate to have a library in Tempsford, and I think as a community we're starting to recognize that you can get more than just books at the library, and this is just really an extension of, you know, you can rent all sorts of kitchen equipment and other things. So I just wanted to recognize that that was included in this, and that was not part of the initial proposal, but I think is a really great piece that's going to be key for getting residents using this as much as possible, and then maybe investing in their own sets.
Anyone else? I'm going to read the motion again and call the question. Moved by Grigg, seconded by Mitchell, that council endorse in principle the construction of a 12-hole disc golf course in Lions River Park, Tempsford, and that council direct staff to include the project in the draft capital budget for the year 2024. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thanks, Matt. And now, moved by Mitchell, seconded by Finch, that council meeting be adjourned at 9:57 a.m. for the purposes of holding a public meeting pursuant to the provisions of the Planning Act. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then I would turn it over to Amy. So this is minor variance application A05-23 submitted by Harvey Walters pertaining to lands described as Lot 17, Plan 41M26 in the Township of Zorra. And double check that microphone's working.
How do I, is that
Yeah, good. Okay. And I'll turn it over to you, Amy. And also for council who maybe haven't met Amy, planning student with Oxford County, and this is her first formal report to a council on a planning application. So get all the hard questions out. Let's turn it over to you, Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning to council staff and members of the public. As Marcus Ryan said, I am Amy Hartley. I'm now a development planner with the county overseeing Norwich Township. Spencer has given me the opportunity to present this report to you today. So the minor variance application before the committee today is regarding lands owned by Mr. Harvey Walters, located at 49 Midler Street, to seek relief from the zoning bylaw specifically for the provisions of a residential accessory structure. Relief requested is as follows: to increase the maximum permitted height of an accessory residential structure from 4 meters to 5 meters, and to increase the maximum permitted cumulative gross floor area for all residential accessory structures on the lands from 100 meters squared to 150.87 meters squared. Staff will note that the applicant previously submitted a request for minor variance, which was denied by this committee on July 5th. Subsequently to that, the applicant has made the current application based on staff comments and committee comments as well. The subject lands are zoned residential type 1, R1 in the zoning bylaw, which permits a residential accessory structure in which the applicant has indicated will be used for personal storage. Accessory structures are permitted within the low-density residential designation of the county official plan, so long as the structure is proven to be accessory to the permitted uses, and it is staff's opinion that the requested variances are in keeping with the general intent of the official plan. The zoning bylaw stipulates provisions for accessory structures to maintain that the structure remain ancillary and subordinate to the principal dwelling. Further, the provisions ensure that adequate off-street parking, grading, and drainage, private servicing, and amenity space is allocated for. As such, our staff are satisfied that the requested relief is minor and is in keeping with the general intent of the zoning bylaw. In determining whether the proposal is desirable and appropriate, staff are satisfied that the proposed development is in keeping with the existing characteristics of the surrounding development. And as you will see on plate 1 on the screen right now, the subject lands are larger than those within the surrounding area, which provides additional space for the residential structure to be established. Staff are satisfied that this is appropriate as well. No comments or concerns were received as a result of public notification and agency circulation, and as such, staff are supportive of the requested variances subject to the condition outlined in the report, and I will be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee on the report? Not seeing any. Does the applicant wish to speak to their application? I'll just ask you to come up, Mr. Walters, come up to the microphone so that we can hear you in the room fine, but on YouTube they won't be able to hear, so.
No, I just wanted to say that for the application, it's going to be for strictly like for storage, for everyday things that everyone has, like lawnmowers. And I've got a classic car I like to store, and my son, they're going to be moving into the front part of the house, or the main part of the house, and they're going to have a substantial amount of stuff to move in as well. So it's that is why we're asking for the variance. It's just big for size and for the height. But other than that, no, everything's.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Is there anybody from the public here who wishes to speak to the application? Not seeing any, and nobody online to speak to this, Maggie? Thank you. So then what we are going to do is decision by committee of adjustment, if you're good. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by Finch. That the Township of Zorra Committee of Adjustment approve application A05-23 submitted by Harvey Walters for lands described as Lot 17M, Plan 26, and municipally known as 49 Minler Road, Thamesford, in the Township of Zorra, as it relates to 1. Relief from Section 5.1, Table 5.1.1.3, Regulations for Accessory Uses. I, to increase the maximum permitted height for an accessory structure from 4.0 meters, 13.1 feet, to 5.0 meters, 16.4 feet. And II, to increase the maximum permitted cumulative gross floor area for accessory structures from 100 square meters, 1,076 square feet, to 150.87 square meters, 1,623.9 square feet, to facilitate the construction of a structure accessory to a residential use on a property zoned residential type 1 zone R1 in the Township of Zorra, subject to the following condition. I, that the construction of the proposed residential accessory building, detached garage, be established in the general location as illustrated on plates 3A and 3B of Report 2023-227 to the satisfaction of the Township of Zorra Building Department. Councillor Mitchell, as the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Yes, Mr. Walters made an application a few months ago for a similar building, which was much bigger. The committee at that time felt that it was too big for the location and the lot. He has come back with another proposal, which where the shed is about 1/3 smaller than the previous proposal and 3 feet lower. And the shed actually fits within the lot coverage, or what's permitted. The complicating factor is it has a rather large pool shed of 600 square feet that adds to the total lot coverage. But I think, considering if he were to build a shed that was small enough to keep him under the permitted for the total lot coverage, the shed wouldn't be of size practical for what he wants to do. And I think, as was noted in the report, that this is an oversized lot, almost half an acre, although it is in a serviced residential area. And I think Mr. Walters has basically done what the committee asked him to do previously, which was to redesign his proposal so that it would be more fitting for the location where he is. So that's why, although I didn't support his previous application, I am supporting this one, and I think we should approve it.
Councillor Finch is the seconder. Do you wish to speak to it? Anyone else? I'm not going to read it again. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So, Mr. Walters, that's approved. So I would just suggest that you follow up with Mr. Hughes, the Chief Building Official, or Mr. Paul before you proceed, because there is an appeal period time for this. So just follow up with them before you proceed, and you can get your permits and everything like that. They'll look after it, okay? Thank you. And then we have 6C, minor variance application A04-23 submitted by Andrew Mutzers pertaining to lands described as Part Lot 12 and South Part Lot 13, Concession 2 in the Township of Zorra. And Spencer, I'll turn it over to you to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning to the committee, to staff, and to members of the public joining us here this morning. The application before the committee at this time, application A04-23, will likely be very familiar to the committee. As at the last committee meeting, the application was brought forward with slightly different numbers as outlined in the report. At that particular time, the applicant was requiring relief of 2 areas of the zoning bylaw, as they still are today. The key difference between the previous report and this report is really the distance separation between the existing hog operation to the immediate north of the subject lands. And in this instance, they have reduced that as outlined in the report. For the committee's information, the previous numbers reflected a 57 and a 60% reduction to the required MDS, whereas the current proposal before the committee is respectively 43 and 45%. The committee had input at the previous meeting with respect to assessing various locations that a second dwelling could be located. Staff, both building staff and myself, have worked with the applicants in order to assess various locations. They have come back with the proposal as shown on the plate before the committee at this time. And this location is very similar to the existing garden. So the applicants do run a large garden, approximately an acre in size. They sell the produce locally. And what they're proposing now is to locate the dwelling in that general vicinity, whereas previously it was to the north of an existing tree line that you can see on that air photo. The relief itself is still significant from an MDS standpoint, given that it is 43 and 45% reduction from the livestock facilities to the north. Based on that, staff are still not supportive of the application today. I will say, however, though, in working with the applicants, the proposed location is just about the best location they can come up with. There were various reasons outlined at the previous meeting as to why the new dwelling cannot go immediately south of the existing barn, and that's largely to do with ventilation of the barn. There's fans that exhaust out to the south. Further, there's some issues with hydro tower and other infrastructure in the area. Based on that, the location is suitable. It's just the actual requested relief is beyond what staff would be of the opinion that would be minor in nature. I am happy to answer any questions, and I would just point out that the Mutzers are also available for questions today should the committee have any.
Thanks, Spencer. Questions from council on the from the committee on the report? Not seeing any. Does the applicant wish to speak to their application?
Morning, council. I guess you can see we did choose a different location. That location is further from the neighbor's hog operation than the existing house on the property, which would make the existing house on the property the closest residential structure to the farm operation to the north. Therefore, I guess in any future operations on the hog farm to the north, the impact would be the existing farm structure or residential structure on our farm, and not be directly impacted by the new construction. We feel it works well with the laneway. We don't have to add laneway to the farmland. We're not getting rid of near as much agricultural land. We are basically taking over a large portion of our permanent strawberry growing area, but we'll move that. That's not a problem. But yeah, we just feel we still would like to be north of the barns because of A, ventilation in the barns, B, the hydro corridor to the south, and as well as just general security of the farm property. Every building exits, or all the doors are to the north of all those buildings. So as a general security feel, it makes sense to us to keep it on the north side of the existing farm structures. Yeah, that's all I have to say. If there's any questions for me, then.
Questions for the applicant? Councilor Stewart?
Just to confirm, Andrew, and I could do some math myself or scaling myself, but if you were to try to locate this in a way that maintains the MDS to the farm to the north, you'd essentially be right at the south limits of your property.
That's correct.
And
We'd be all the way to the very southern limits. We'd be in the Hydro 1 corridor.
Right, and completely disconnecting your
then
this
it
house
doesn't
from
really.
the existing. Yeah.
And I think we were trying to maintain, through the ARU and through just, keeping the grouping of buildings together as opposed to starting a whole nother lot, essentially, to the south or the north or, to the back of the property. I mean, realistically, the setback from from my father's house or my parents' house to the hog barns currently would basically eliminate any possibility of using that farm already. But yeah, that's why I would prefer to keep it together with the existing buildings, because it just makes more sense and reduces the take from farmable land.
Any other questions for the applicant? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody from the public here who wishes to speak to this application? And is there anybody online? No, nobody. All right. So then, if there's nothing else from the committee, I have moved by Mitchell, seconded by Finch, that the Township of Zorra Committee of Adjustment approve application file AO4-23 submitted by Andrew Mutzers for lands described as Part Lot 12, South Part Lot 13, Concession 2 in the Township of Zorra, municipally known as 335743 33rd line, as it relates to relief from the provisions of 1. Section 7.2.4, number of accessory dwellings and garden suites per lot to permit a second single detached dwelling on a farm. 2, Section 7.2.6, location of new farm residences to reduce the minimum distance separation, MDS1, requirement to the nearest livestock barn, hog barn, from 561 meters, 1,839 feet, to 308 meters, 1,010 feet, and to reduce the minimum distance separation, MDS1, requirement to the nearest manure storage facility from 605 meters, 1,983 feet, to 347 meters, 1,138 feet, and that a treed windbreak constructed to the satisfaction of the chief building official for the Township of Zorra be planted between the pig barn and the new house. Councillor Mitchell is the mover. Do you wish to speak to that?
As the previous application was noted, was for a house north of the existing house. We asked the applicants to reconsider. They have, and I think it was noted as far as the setup of the yard, where their second proposal is the best place to put this house. The only way they could get, again, as was just noted, far enough away to meet MDS requirements would be go to the very south end on the other side of the decommissioned barns and the storage sheds. That location would require another entrance, another laneway. It would put them closer to a power line, of which the applicants are concerned about and we'd like to stay away from. It would also put them directly across the road from a large poultry barn. And I know the MDS requirements are different between a pig barn with open pit storage, manure storage, than they are for a poultry barn with enclosed dry manure storage. But if they were to get a stiff east wind, they're still going to get an odor issue if they are to locate in that southern location. So when I looked at the revised plan, I noticed that there was a row of trees directly north of the existing house. And so I thought, and why I asked to have that added to the motion of approval was that windbreak, if we're going to permit a still fairly significant deviation from the MDS requirements, I think it's a reasonable requirement that we have the applicants use some other type of technology to mitigate odors, and windbreaks, treed windbreaks break the wind, and they do have an impact on the odors that are in those winds. So I think this is the best location possible on this farm, and even though it is a significant deviation, if we add that requirement of the windbreak, I'm willing to support their application.
Councillor Finch is the seconder.
Like I said last time, I think it's important to keep our generational farmers in the community, and although this is still not ideal MDS requirements, I think this is better than the first option they came to us with. So I support this application and think the treed windbreak is a good alternative as long as it's to the satisfaction of the CBO.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor Grigg.
Yeah, I mostly agree with what Councillor Mitchell and Finch have said so far. I think I'm satisfied with the new location. I have a new question for the applicant in relation to the wording of this motion. The added requirement of a windbreak being planted, I am less I think enthusiastic about in relation to my fellow councillors, because I view that as being something that they can use. I mean, if we're permitting the house to be built there, then it's going to be there, and that's where that is. Property owners plant and cut down trees generationally as things go. I'm thinking more about, I never had a concern about this family, where their house is going with their farm operations, with the manure odors. I'm thinking more when that farm sells at some point in the future and someone else is living there, that didn't choose that minimum distance setback reduction. That's where we also start running into some problems. So if we require that they plant trees and those trees potentially take out further agriculture in the meantime, it might reduce scent for them, smell mitigation. But if that smell is not a concern for them and the next owners can cut down those trees anyways, I don't see it as really being the type of functional tool that our planning process is intended to implement. So I would put forward a motion, an amendment, that the windbreak planting requirement be removed from the motion if it is if the applicant is not in favor of the windbreak for any reason. Because so far the applicant has spoken to the policies that have provided the framework for what they're permitted or not permitted to do. Paul's asking for a windbreak. Can I ask the applicant if the windbreak is something that they're interested in doing? If so, I'll just support this as is. But if they see it as a barrier for how they operate, they haven't had a chance to speak to this. If they see it as a barrier for how it will operate on this farm, then I would put forward an amendment to amend the motion. Is that possible?
Procedurally, I'm not 100% confident whether that's okay or not, but I'm going to say we're better off if we ask and know the answer. So okay. I'm going to say, do you want to come to the microphone and just say your thoughts on the proposed windbreak?
So proposed windbreak. I worked in nursery and landscape for a long time. I mean, the plan was always to have many trees, maybe not in a formal windbreak, I guess. The other thing is the windbreak that exists on the north side of the farm right now was literally for north winds and reducing the impact of that on the house. To speak of the odor from the farm next door, I don't know that in my 40 years of being alive I've ever smelled their pigs. I mean, realistically, the wind doesn't blow that way. The other thing, yeah, I mean, I believe MDS maybe should be modified at some point at the provincial level because, yeah, the poultry operation is more of a concern than that pig operation will ever be. However, I mean, I've lived across from it. That's our experience of it. You live on the farm. Today, somebody's spreading manure. It smells like manure. I don't know what else to say to that. I mean, I understand the reasons that MDS exists, and I understand that if somebody moves into the country and they don't like the smell of manure, and they complain, but I mean, we are, you know, in Oxford County at least, we are, you know, pretty tight on severing farmland. And I believe if you're going to live on a 100-acre farm or larger, you're likely involved in farming to some degree, and you're likely have some experience with animal manure or animal odor. I mean, if I have to plant a windbreak in the formal sense, I mean, that's what we'll do. I guess my preference would be to amend the property with trees and not necessarily a windbreak, because as was stated, that the windbreak can impact, you know, several, you know, meters out into the field as well. I mean, we have the windbreak there, and, you know, there's probably 10 to 20 meters of the field that does not produce well because of the windbreak. And if I add more next to where we'll have, you know, our potential produce garden or market garden, then that's a definite impact as well. But, I do understand the request, though.
Councillor Stewart.
More question for staff. How would we procedurally or policy-driven enforce this 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road? So it'd be an initial requirement, and then if we made it a requirement, but then 5 years down the road, we have nothing to go back on, right? So I don't think it's something we can push.
Did you just answer your own question too? I think you asked that. Okay, I just wanted to be clear. I just wanted to be clear that you were. Okay, so now I have an amendment moved by Grigg, seconded by Stewart, that the township that the windbreak planting requirement be removed. Deputy Mayor Grigg is the mover. Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So now, the amended motion, thanks for this, is moved by Mitchell, seconded by Finch, that the Township of Zorra Committee of Adjustment approve application file AO4-23 submitted by Andrew Mutzayers for lands described as North Part Lot 12, South Part Lot 13, Concession 2 in the Township of Zorra, municipally known as 335743 33rd line, as it relates to relief from the provisions of 1, Section 7.2.4, number of accessory dwellings and garden suites per lot to permit a second single detached dwelling on a farm. 2, Section 7.2.6, location of new farm residences to reduce the minimum distance separation MDS1 requirement to the nearest livestock barn, hog barn, from 561 meters, 1,839 feet, to 308 meters, 1,010 feet, and to reduce the minimum distance separation MDS1 requirement to the nearest manure storage facility from 605 meters, 1,983 feet, to 347 meters, 1,138 feet. And now that's it. Anybody wish to speak to the amended motion? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm going to support it because it's still the best location for the house. I could be petty and vote against it because my good idea was voted down, but in my opinion, but we're here to do make the best decision, and the best decision is to build the house in this location, even though it does, it is a very significant reduction in the MDS, so I will be supporting the motion.
Anyone else? I think I didn't speak to either before, so I just will briefly now. I do support this. I think You know, the windbreak, I think it is a good idea, but I think the problem I have with it is, how do you regulate it? It would have required that we plant it, and then that's it. So they plant it, and then there's nothing else to be done with it, really. So I think this is one of those ones where I'm uncomfortable with the MDS reduction, because I'm always worried about the sterilization of land adjacent to it. But I couldn't agree more that the province needs to review MDS, and county. A county councillor brought a motion to county council last term to say we should review this, because it's ridiculous to have an agricultural reserve and say this is all for agriculture, and then say, but barns have to be so far away that, you know, we're actually reducing the effective use of farmland to meet MDS requirements for people who should, if you're, as I do, if you live on a residential property in the agricultural reserve, sometimes it's going to smell of, you know, pick your choice manure of the day. That's the way it is, right? So I think this is a great compromise. We're going to have more challenges like this going forward, right? Through a housing crisis, through ARUs and second units and multi-generational living in rural. This is what multi-generational living looks like in a rural context. So I think it's, you know, I would suggest that council is going to have to get used to more of this type of thing going forward, but I'm supportive of it. Anybody else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So again, you're approved, but follow up with Mike, because there is an appeal period for this, and just make sure that you dot your I's and cross your T's. He'll make sure you're good to go before you get your building permit, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm wondering, yeah, we'll do this, and then I'm thinking maybe a break after this. It's going to be a long day. Okay, so then 6D, zone change application ZN 5-23-08 submitted by Penny Pool pertaining to lands described as Lot 16, Plan 956 Lakeside in the Township of Zorra. And just before I start, before I hand it over to you, Spencer, it says here that Penny's attending virtually. Oh, okay, good, thank you. All right, and Penny, you can hear us and see us fine? Can you, are you muted, Penny? Can you just check? It's not your time to speak yet, but I just want to be sure that before we start this, that you can hear us and see us, and we can see and hear. We can see you, but I can't hear you yet. No. To hear the, and then coming out. Done this before. I got the clerk here. We're good. Thanks for thinking of me, though. Still can't hear Penny, though. Is that telling me that she's muted? So you're muted now, Penny. It's showing on the screen now. So you're not muted, but I still can't hear you. We're going to check some things on our end, Penny. Just before we proceed, I want to make sure we're all connected here. Oh. Say something again. I heard her briefly. Didn't I? Yeah. Yes, we can. Okay, we're good to go then. You can mute again. We'll go through the planning process, and then I'll call on you when it's your turn, okay? No problem. All right, Spencer, over to you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning again to council. The application before council this morning for zone change, application ZN 5-2308, is an application brought forward by the applicant Penny Pool, who's on the screen. In this instance, the applicant will not be seeking to change their zone from the RE, but rather just to allow a special provision on the current RE, which is residential existing zone. It affects their property located at 231 Orchard Street in the community of Lakeside. And this area, being on the south side of Lakeside, is not actually in the rural cluster of Lakeside itself. I just want to highlight that for council. So these areas here on Mank Street and Orchard are not actually considered to be within the identified rural cluster of Lakeside, and rather they're within the county's agricultural reserve. So I just wanted to highlight that for council before we get too far into this report. In this particular instance, the applicant is seeking to permit an additional residential unit, an ARU, on their property in an existing detached accessory structure. The detached accessory structure was constructed, I believe, in 2018 and was established as a studio for the purpose of art, generally, an artist studio. It was a permitted use and continues to be a permitted use on the property. However, as time has gone on, it's become clear that the applicant has been interested in utilizing this space or a portion of the space as an additional residential unit. And accordingly has applied, now that the township does have provisions in place to allow for ARUs. The applicant has worked continuously with township staff to ensure that the proper application was brought forward and that the situation is being addressed as it needs to be. It has been highlighted to staff over the last 2 seasons that the existing structure actually has been functioning as an ARU. There have been tenants who are occupying the structure. That has not been a legal arrangement, and as such, the application is brought forward today to seek to recognize that as a legal arrangement and recognize it as an ARU. A few things I would just highlight in the report. The key component being that ARUs, as council is fully aware, are now not only allowed but supported and encouraged throughout the township and throughout the county where appropriate. The crux of the issue with this particular application is that it's being proposed in a detached accessory structure, and it's being proposed on a lot which is far too small to meet the provisions required by the township. And the recent provisions passed for ARUs in detached accessory structures require that where you do not have full municipal services, so municipal water and wastewater, you do require an area of 1.5 acres. The subject property is approximately 700 square meters. It's about 1/10 of the size required for an ARU in a detached accessory structure. For council's information, the rationale behind this lot area requirement, I know it was expressed when we were bringing the ARU provisions forward, but just to reiterate, it's essentially to ensure that septic systems can not only be accommodated, but can at some point in the future be also replaced. In the instance of having an ARU in a detached accessory structure, it can reasonably assumed that at some point in time, the two could operate on separate septic systems. While currently they may function on one system, at some point in the future, if there were 2 systems proposed, we need to ensure that there's sufficient area for both independent septic systems. And in this case, that would not be the case as is outlined in the report. A few other things to highlight is when circulated for comment, there were a number of comments received from community members in Lakeside. A number of concerns were expressed with the fact that this arrangement has been going on, the fact that there may not be ample parking located on the site for the ARU, and just to highlight that Treetops is actually the corporation that owns the road. This is not a township road. It is not maintained by the township. It is privately owned and operated. And as such, that adds kind of a complicating factor to this, as we have very strict guidelines both in the township zoning bylaw and within the county official plan regarding new development on private roads. In general, we don't support, with the exception of some accessory structures, we don't support new development on private roads. Some of the other comments received were positive in nature. I did hear from 2 or 3 different members of this Lakeside community, and they said they were happy with this proposal. They were hopeful it would be supported, and they saw no issue with the current situation. I do just want to highlight for council that the key of the issue here is with respect to the fact that this is a property that does not benefit from full municipal services. And when unrolling the policies and the provisions for ARUs, we made very distinct tables and charts. The requirements for all ARUs and the requirements for ARUs where they're in a detached structure and do not necessarily have the benefit of full municipal services. And the lot area component is a very important one to consider when assessing these proposals. We are not supportive of the application here today. I am available to answer any questions that council may have, and I would just point out that Penny Pool, the owner and applicant, is also available to answer any questions.
Thanks, Spencer. Questions from council for the planner on the report? Not seeing any. Does the applicant wish to speak to their application? Penny?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members and staff. Spencer, thank you so much for all your background work. And to the members of the public who are concerned and are supportive of both, just welcome and thank you. What do I have to say? The property itself is located on treetops, which has got an agricultural, a woodland, an orchard, beachfronts, common grounds, as well as a fairly large, significant park as you're driving in. There's ample land as far as that goes. And Spencer, you're right when it comes to the septic system. The septic system that was in there before had been there for over 30 years, as many of the septic systems along the lake are. I have a new one that's been put in by John Hendrickson that you could drink out of. The property went from one person being in 2 buildings to 3 people being in 2 buildings. And as far as that goes, I don't see any problem with septic being an issue, but I defer to you, to the planners for this. The people, the tenants that were in there, I did not know that I couldn't rent, which sounds sort of silly. But I contacted Township staff just to ask if I could rent, and their wonderfully politically correct answer was, we're not in the rental business. And I thought, oh, okay, so then I can probably rent. And I talked to another friend who said, you need to get that in writing. And I did contact Spencer by writing. That was 2019. And then at that point, I just said, do I need to rezone? But I think that looking back on this now, I think it was ambiguous that he thought probably the whole property versus just the studio. I don't know. But he finally just said, yeah, you don't need to rezone. I don't see, unless there's a business going in, I don't see impact on Zorra Township for renting or property. So I did went ahead and rented the property, and that's when I realized that there were some issues. I had always parked in front of the building, as do my neighbors to both sides of me, but there was some opposition because I had broken a bylaw, obviously. And so they were concerned about that, and the parking that I've accessed for 29 years in front of the building, that was a privilege because it's on common land, and that was taken away. There's a garage, and there's access to parking on one side as well. There's a common area in treetops designated for parking, so parking isn't an issue. I'm not sure what else to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are questions, then I'm happy to field any questions, or hopefully to work through this so that it becomes a legal process, but thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council for the applicant? Not seeing any. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this application? And is there anybody virtually attending to speak to the application? No. Okay. Then, just so you understand, Penny and anybody in the public, we're going to come out of the public meeting now so that council can actually consider what to do with the application. So it's not that we're not deciding this. Moved by Finch, seconded by Mitchell, that pursuant to the Planning Act, the public meeting be adjourned at 10:39 a.m. and the regular meeting of council be called back to order. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then I have moved by Mitchell, seconded by Finch, that the Council of the Township of Zorra not approve zone change application ZN 5-23-08 submitted by Penny Pool, whereby the lands described as Lot 16, Plan 958 Lakeside, and municipally known as 231 Orchard Avenue in the Township of Zorra is to be rezoned from residential existing lot zone RE to special residential existing lot zone RE special to facilitate the conversion of an existing accessory structure to an additional residential unit. Councillor Mitchell, as the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
In the report, there's a whole list of reasons that we should not approve this application. The principal dwelling, or the studio, is 59% of the principal dwelling when the maximum allowed for ARUs is 50%. The total lot coverage is 39.2% of the lot when the maximum is 30%. I'm not overly concerned about either one of those. We've made changes to those in other situations, but there are still a number of reasons I don't think we should approve that, and number one by far is the minimum lot size. It was indicated as for ARUs. For detached ARUs is 1.48 acres when they are depending on private water and private sewage septic systems. And this lot, as was indicated by Spencer, is not even close to that size at 0.17 acres. So that alone is enough for, in my mind, to not approve it. But there's also, second reason is that the studio doesn't meet building code for human habitation. There's a reason that the building code has stipulations in there for buildings where people live in as opposed to where people store stuff in or people work in. This building was not constructed for human habitation as far as living in as a place to live. Reason number three, as I'm concerned about the sewage situation, and Spencer alluded to that, that there's not room for an expanded sewage septic bed, and especially when it's as close as it is to Lake Sonova. Also, as part of that is that it is on a private road in a private community. Treetops is a different setup than most of our residential areas, and I think to be setting a precedent to allow this when other people in that area would not be allowed to build ARUs on similar sized lots. It's not someplace we want to go to. I take into consideration that the proposal has split the community. There's a few in favor, a few against it, and I don't think that's a healthy situation. And the last reason is that this new ARU legislation gives lots of opportunities for new residential situations, but it doesn't mean that everything is a go. That we're going to approve every application that, no matter what, an ARU is suitable, and I don't think that this is suitable in this location, and so I'm not supporting the application.
Councillor Finch is the seconder.
We have to think about the precedents we set when we approve applications. As if others want to think about doing this, then we have to, weigh out all the options. Spencer did a fabulous job in this report, and I do not approve the recommendation.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor Greg.
Yeah, this is a bit of a different run from what we normally look at. Normally we're looking at something that is not yet implemented. And I understand, the history of how this came to be and can empathize with everyone involved on all sides of this issue. The challenge is the awareness that, we're in a housing crisis and there's housing that we're having a discussion about removing from that inventory. And while that is, challenging to think about because there is so much important work to be done to increase the housing supply, I know that work is being done. The ARU policies are being implemented to help address this and give residents a fair and transparent tool in creating opportunities for additional housing. Those policies are specific in their calculations and formulas for a reason. Worked with our professionals in our planning department in terms of assessing applications for them within our municipality. As Councillor Finch spoke to, you know, precedent setting, if one is allowed and you know, if the neighbors are not, if the neighbors are seeking to do the same thing and they will be told they're not permitted to, then it's difficult in looking at something like this and approving it, that aspect of fairness when it comes to our policies, I think then is not functioning and doesn't serve any of us in the long run. I think there's other work that both across the county as well as in Zorra Township that we're doing to increase that housing supply, and I think we have to remain focused on that, but we have to remain focused on that within the parameters of transparency, fairness, and good policy. So I will also be in support of the motion, which is in non-support of the rezoning, because it just is too undersized. Well, all of the, I won't go through them, all of the reasons that that Councillor Mitchell outlined in his initial speaking notes.
Anyone else? I want to approve this. Housing crisis, you know, multi-generational living is like we talked about earlier. But I think there's too many concerns and significant concerns raised in the planning report, specifically to me with respect to septic. I'm not concerned about precedent, to be honest. I mean, under the Planning Act, we're supposed to consider each application on its own merits. And I think to me, there isn't enough merit in this one to justify the deviations that would be required, especially with respect to septic in the land area. It's just not enough for future. I think, as Deputy Mayor Grigg pointed out in one of the earlier planning applications, you know, it's not necessarily who's living there today. You know, an ARU gets put in, somebody else is going to live there in the future, and I think the lot size is too small. I agree with the planning report and all the concerns there. Even though I want to approve another ARU, I want to provide the housing. This is not, to me, for the reasons outlined in the report, this is not the piece of land to do that on. So I will be in support of the report, not approving the application. Anybody else before I call the question? Do you want me to? I'll read it again. It's not a long one. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by Finch, that the Council of the Township of Zorra not approve zone change application ZN 5-23-08 submitted by Pennypool, whereby the lands described as Lot 16, Plan 958, Lakeside, and municipally known as 231 Orchard Avenue in the Township of Zorra is to be rezoned from residential existing lot zone RE to special residential existing lot zone RE special to facilitate the conversion of an existing accessory structure to an additional residential unit. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And so that's that. Thanks, Penny. And I'm going to suggest that we take a break now. It's going to be a long day, so I think it's 10:48 now. I'm going to suggest we come back in here and start immediately at 11:00 as soon as there's quorum here, and we will be starting with Louise Wardrop from Oxford Community Foundation when we come back in, if everybody's good with that. And we're on a break, and Maggie, can you let us know when we're on off audio and video? 11 o'clock, so I'm calling the meeting back to order. And we are at item 7, delegations. And I've never had to do that before, I don't think. Meeting is back to order. We're going to start off with delegations, and we're going to reshuffle this a little bit so that we're going to start with item 7C, Christina McLaren and Jessica Dertinger from Oxford County Library 2022 Community Report. And if you can come up to the delegations desk there, just double check that microphone is working, and I'll turn it over to you.
Is this working? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for the invitation to speak today with you about the Oxford County Library. As the warden and Mayor Ryan mentioned, my name is Christina McLaren. I'm the Deputy Chief Librarian, Branch Services for the Oxford County Library, and I'm here presenting with my colleague Jessica Dertinger. She is the Rural Community Librarian at the Thamesford Branch. We will be providing a report card of library use, specifically at the branches within Zorra Township throughout 2022. Next slide, please. So for the Oxford County Library, 2022 was about reconnecting with members of the public after the closures of library branches throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm sure you'll recognize a few of the library branches in Zorra Township on that slide. Next slide, please. So connections, 7.6% of the Oxford County Library's active users are using the Embro, Harrington, and Thamesford branches. During 2022, the library offered a mix of curbside pickup and in-branch visit options, and Zorra area library branches made up just over 7% of the Oxford County Library's total number for these types of access. These numbers echo the representation of Zorra's population within the county, so usage is comparable to the township's population base. Next slide. Just over 9% of the library's Wi-Fi connections are accessed through Embro, Harrington, and Thamesford. This includes the personal devices that users connect to the library's Wi-Fi, both within the branches and outdoors within the limits of the Wi-Fi range. While we worked at reconnecting with the public, in-branch computer use has seen a slow return at library branches. Next slide. Discovery of the Oxford County Library collection in 2022 has surpassed our pre-pandemic 2019 numbers. Almost 9% of Oxford County Library's physical collection for 2022 was seen through the Embro, Harrington, and Thamesford branches. We're seeing continued high use of our digital collections, not surprisingly coming out of the pandemic. These statistics are not available by geographical locations, but instead represent all of Oxford County Library member downloads. So digital downloads have also surpassed our 2019 numbers. Next slide. Introduced during the pandemic, Craft and Connect kits, which are ready-to-go children's craft activities, were made available. They include instructions and materials needed to build the craft. They can be picked up and taken home for assembly or worked on in the library now that branches are open. In 2022, the library distributed almost 13,500 of these kits to children and families across the county. Ox on the Run, which is the Oxford County Library's mobile library unit, made 55 stops throughout 2022. The library staff connected with children and families at parks, splash pads, and special events. These were key ways to engage children and families with program activities while respecting the different levels of comfort with in-person connections at that time. Craft and Connect kits could be picked up and taken home, and most of the Ox on the Run stops were held at outdoor venues, meeting people where they are within their community. And I'm going to pass it over to Jessica. She's going to finish out the presentation.
Okay, so OCL branches made a full return to in-person programs in spring of 2022. Library programs provide opportunities for participants to share experiences and build social connections. Over 10.5% of the total program participants attended programs at Embro, Harrington, and Thamesford branches. Library programs range in target age and interest. As a few examples, OCL OCL branches offer story times, Tales for Tots, summer camps, summer reading club, craft programs for adults, children, and teens. We have our teen photography contest, book clubs, knits and knots club, writing clubs, and library tech help. We also partner with other organizations such as Early On, Community Employment Services, Welkin, and at the Thamesford branch, we have the Thamesford Public Library Advisory Committee. They help us organize community events in the village and also help with fundraising for branch programs and program equipment. Focusing specifically on teens, we looked at ways to engage youth and developed a teen book box program. It works like a subscription book box program, except it's free. Teens 12 to 18 register for each month they would like to participate. When their book box arrives at their local branch, it includes a book handpicked from the OCL collection, as well as supplies for a craft or other activity and goodies for them to keep. There's been good participation from teens in Zorra Township with the teen book boxes overall. In 2022, the Thamesford branch designated a teen area within the library. This was made possible through a donation in memory of Arthur and Isabel Snetzinger Barnum. There is a cafe ledge with seating, comfortable seating throughout the space, and shelving to highlight our youth collection materials. There is also an iPad station for teens, which was recently added this year. Thamesford Library also celebrated its 20th anniversary at 165 Dundas Street during 2022. We had an anniversary celebration on Saturday, November 26th of 2022. Next. So throughout 2022, Oxford County Library cardholders access learning and development opportunities. Oxford County Library provides free access to online and in-person learning experiences for library cardholders. Universal Class is an online platform that offers hundreds of courses, including continuing education credit courses on a variety of topics from accounting to entrepreneurship, how to or do-it-yourself. It also includes parenting and family and teacher resources and writing skills. Creative Bug is another online platform that offers thousands of video classes on arts and crafts taught by recognized design experts and artists. Anything from fabric, paper, yarn crafts to jewelry making and cooking is covered within Creative Bug. There are also video classes designed specifically for children. We have the Kitchen Lending Library at OCL, and it continued to grow in popularity. Throughout 2022, Zorra area branches accounted for more than 10% of the total checkouts. The same can be said about our library's day-use park pass collection to Ontario Parks and the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. Those include the Wildwood, Fanshawe, and Piddock parks. Over 15% of the total park pass checkouts were made at Embro, Harrington, and Thamesford branches. Okay, next slide, please. So up on there, I've got upcoming programs at Zorra branches, but I just wanted to talk about some of the programs that we have had this summer at our branches. At Embro, we had two very successful programs in July. We had the Museum of Archaeology out, and they did a really wonderful program where the children got to do a mini excavation, and we had 21 children out to that. We also had Trash Theater Productions out, and they helped children build terrariums, and we had 37 kids out to that program. At the Harrington Library, they also had the Museum of Archaeology out, and they created pinch pots with 26 people out to that program. At Thamesford, we've had several story times throughout the summer with 10 to 15 children out to each of those events. We had the garden in Harrington out to the library, and they created Everlasting Floral Fairies with 14 people attending that program. And we had musical moments with Miss Gale She read stories and sang songs and had 19 participants. We've also had several visits with day camps from the community. We've had Camp Connect out to the library, and we've also done a camp visit with them with approximately 50 participants at each of those programs. We've also had visits from the Zorra Day Camp with about 50 children in those as well. We have a popular Knits and Knots program at the library every Friday, and we consistently have 6 to 8 people attending that. So some of the upcoming programs at Zorra branches this fall will be our Oxford Reads program. That's our community reads initiative that happens county-wide. The 2023 selection this year is The Maid by Nita Prowse. This is our 6th year doing the Oxford Read program and our 5th year partnering with Woodstock Public Library. We've also got a Design a Bookmark contest. We held our first contest last summer and it was very successful. It allows anyone under the age of 18 to design a bookmark. At the end of the summer, we collect all of the contributions, put them up on social media, and allow the public to vote. Then the winners from each of the age range categories have their bookmarks printed, and they're available at all of our branches for people to take and use in the books that they're reading. And similar to that, we've got our 8th annual teen photography contest deadline coming up soon. So that all the submissions from the photography contests are put onto social media for the public to vote on. At the Harrington branch, they have the Little Hobby Hill Farm Petting Zoo coming to visit on Thursday, August 17th at 10 a.m. This is a drop-in program. There's no registration required for that program. All the rest of the programs I'm going to talk about do require registration. Harrington has their ice cream party to celebrate the end of their summer reading program on Friday, August 18th at 1 p.m. And then they also have an adult program with the garden at Harrington called Say It With Flowers coming up on Thursday, September 21st at 6:30. Thamesford has Trash Theater coming out this week to present their Rhythmic Recyclers program. That's Thursday, August 3rd at 10:30. We will also have a visit from Fanshawe Pioneer Village on Tuesday, August 22nd at 10:30. And then we have an adult program with a cooking demonstration from local chef Jed Lau coming up on Tuesday, August 3rd at 6 o'clock. Next slide, please. So we just wanted to thank you for your time today. If you have any follow-up questions, Christina and myself would be happy to answer them, and we can be reached at the email addresses on the slide there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from council for the delegation? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And we will move on then to item 7B, Louise Wardrop from the Oxford Community Foundation.
Thank you, Mayor Ryan. My name, as Mayor has indicated, is Louise Wardrop, and I am the Executive Director at Oxford Community Foundation. Also joining me in the audience is Karen Sample, a resident of Zorra Township and a member of our Board of Directors. Purpose of my presentation, next slide please, is to highlight the work of Oxford Community Foundation and to share a few opportunities of how we can work together to help make Oxford better. Next slide, please. First, I'll start with answering a question we get quite often. What is a foundation? Many of us are familiar with private foundations, especially Bill and Melinda Gates. They're set up with personal funds, and the distribution of grants from those funds are for personal designated personally. Ivy Foundation is a local example. We're also familiar with public foundations. Most common, schools, hospitals, well, university and colleges. And most of those donations come from the alma mater, from patients and their families, and from the general public. Community foundations are also a public foundation. They are set up by community for community. Next slide, please. We have 210 community foundations across Canada. Each of us meet our local needs. At Oxford Community Foundation, our why, our purpose of being, is to make Oxford a better place. And we do that first by helping people and organizations establish or contribute to legacy and community funds. Next slide, please. We pool our donations, large and small, invest them wisely, and the second part of our work is we invest we take that investment income earned to grant back to our community, to charities doing good work and often necessary work in our communities. Next slide, please. We are different from private and many public foundations and charities because we support the entire community. This includes arts and culture, heritage, education, the environment, health and safety, social services, wherever the needs are greatest in our community each year. Next slide, please. Now, by the end of this year, we will have granted $2 million back to our community, to over 115 local charities. In the past 5 years, we have doubled our assets, and we continue to grow. So how have we accomplished that amount of granting? We do that in 2 ways. Next slide, please. First and foremost, we help keep money in Oxford for Oxford. Individuals, families, and organizations, some of which you see pictured here, have established 33 legacy and community funds that currently generate $150,000 in grants each year. You'll most likely recognize a few of the faces there, and some of them are departed Zorra residents who have established funds. You'll see George and Lorna Roberts from the Embro area, Tyler Arts from the Kintore area, and the Tempsford Lawn Bowling Club. Next slide, please. And second, we bring new money to Oxford through partnerships with the Community Foundation of Canada, who help bring government and corporate programs to our communities, and also through London Community Foundation. To date, we have granted almost $800,000 because of these partnerships. If Oxford Community Foundation didn't exist, Oxford would not have benefited from these programs. Next slide, please. Now, you may be interested in hearing about how where some of these grants are going and how we're supporting our community. We actually have some people in the audience that we've granted to historically. We fund many organizations that support all of Oxford County, and some of those examples include the Oxford County Trails, Operation Sharing, the Alzheimer's Society, Strong Start Literacy Programs, Oxford Winds Community Concert Band, and we also support Hyperlocal, as you can see on the slide. There's a few Zorra examples here, and there's a couple other ones like Grow Towers for the A.J. Baker Public School, kitchen appliances and equipment for the Tempsford Public School nutrition program, trainer kits for West Oxford Girls Hockey Association. More examples are shared in the annual report that I provided you, and more examples are available on our website and all of our annual reports that you can also find on our website. Next slide, please. Now let's look into the future. What's next? How can we do our part working together to make Oxford better? As a member of Community Foundations of Canada, we are a part of a network of 210 community foundations across the country, and we are constantly sharing ideas and learning from each other. I'd like to share 3 ideas of what other community foundations are doing that would work well here as well. First, the Petrolia Community Fund was established in 2012 with a donation of $30. This fund is administered by the Sarnia Community Foundation with local volunteers as on a granting committee at arm's length from the town. The just over 6,000 residents of Petrolia have grown this fund to almost $300,000. And this year, $15,000 will be distributed in grants. Examples of previous grants include purchase of playground equipment, raised garden beds for senior centers, AV equipment for community rooms, stair lift at a local church, refrigerator for student nutrition program, support for winter coat program, healthy eating workshops, and so much more. We have a similar community fund recently established right here in Oxford County, the Norwich Township Community Fund. It'll operate much the same way as the Petrolia Community Fund, with local residents participating in a grant committee at arm's length from the township. A second example, the Abbotsford Agricultural Enhancement Fund. Just like here in Zorra and in Oxford, prime agricultural land has been taken over to support the growth of their towns. The city of Abbotsford, BC, decided to establish a fund for the purpose of supporting local agricultural industry. The town requires developers purchasing agricultural land there at $200,000 an acre to contribute $20,000 per acre to the fund. This fund, established in 2011, now grants $150,000 a year to local farmers who are encouraging innovation, increasing production, building capacity, or promoting sustainable agricultural practices. We too could benefit from such a fund in Zorra Township and in Oxford County, and I would welcome further discussion if there's an interest in doing so. And a third and final example from Prince Edward County, the community fundraised to save an old movie theater, converting it into a youth center. 90% of the donations raised were used for capital expenditures, for the purchase and the renovation of the building, and 10% of the donations were used to establish a permanent fund to help the youth center with operating dollars on an annual basis. Other communities have done the same for capital campaigns for senior centers and art galleries. I hope I have given you some ideas of how you and your residents might work with Oxford Community Foundation to help keep money in Oxford, for Oxford, in Zorra, for Zorra. Before I conclude, we can go on to the next slide. Yep, great. You'll recognize a picture of someone there. Yep. Before I conclude, just like that youth center at Oxford Community Foundation, we need operating dollars too, to help us keep money in Oxford and to help bring new money into Oxford to help make Oxford better. To that end, I invite you or your municipal partners or friends to sponsor or to golf at the Oxford County Warden's annual charity golf tournament on Thursday, September 21st. We are grateful to the Warden for his ongoing support for this tournament. All proceeds from this tournament go to support our operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise.
And finally, I do want to share, next slide please, the wonderful people I have the pleasure to work with. Members of our board, good people in our community working together to help make Oxford better. You may even recognize a few of them, and we have one in the room. I'd also, on the next slide, provide my contact information, so please reach out if you have questions, suggestions, if you know of a sponsor, or if you're interested in setting up a fund. Thank you for your interest and doing your part to help make Zorra and Oxford better. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Questions for Louise on the delegation? Not seeing any. Thank you. And next one up then is Sonia Green, Justine Avey, and Olivier St. Maurice, Zorra Skating Club, West Oxford Inferno, and Embro Minor Hockey Association regarding Township of Zorra recreation rates and fees. So that microphone's still on, so you should be good to go. I'll turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mayor Ryan, members of council and staff. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Sonia Green, and I'm the current Vice President of Embro Minor Hockey. Joining me at the podium is Justine Avey, Vice President of Zorra Skating Club, and Olivier St. Maurice, President of West Oxford Inferno. As well in the gallery is Jordan Monroe, the President of Embro Minor Hockey. Angela Langlois, President of Zorra Skating Club, sends her regrets as she is away with her family. We are united as minor sports organizations in this delegation regarding the proposed Township of Zorra recreation rates and fees that are before council today. We, as minor sports organizations, benefit from the wonderful facilities and services offered by the Township of Zorra and want to ensure that we have those facilities for many years to come. We also want to ensure that we remain vibrant organizations within the community, continuing to offer excellent programming. As such, we come to council today to engage in discussion about the proposed rate increases and want to highlight some challenges related to them. We respectfully ask council to consider our position. Firstly, advance notice of rate increases is needed for our planning purposes, much earlier than finding out in July as we have this year. Our organizations were not officially notified until July 21st that there was a proposed rate increase. The notification came through email with the opportunity to give our feedback through a survey. One user group seemed to be aware of a potential increase in fees, though not through any official channels. Other groups were not privy to this communication, leaving them in the position of not being able to plan for an increase. A detailed email was circulated to each user group on June 15th with the draft ICE schedule, and there was no mention of potential rate increases in that email. We received our ICE contracts on July 5th, and only through reading that document carefully would you notice the statement, "Rental rates are currently pending approval." This was, in our opinion, an insufficient way to find out that rates are increasing, and with no additional information available to groups at that time. Our organizations analyze their finances, set our budgets, and establish our registration rates in the spring. Some organizations had their registration open to the public before the ICE contract was emailed out, leaving them unable to change their rates. Because this rate increase was communicated late, our groups will have no choice but to absorb these increased costs, and this is simply too much to ask for some groups to manage. Secondly, we are asking for a process to engage in a clear, consistent, and collaborative process to determine fair and reasonable rate increases. Would this be a task force? In the past, ZRAC meetings were a useful tool for a conversation. User groups had the opportunity to meet with township staff, ZRAC committee members, and each other to discuss our programming and the rates we pay for the use of the facilities. This is no longer available, and we miss having an opportunity to engage with the township staff and each other in this meaningful way. A survey doesn't adequately capture the full picture or allow for discussion. Finally, we respectfully ask that the 2.1% increase proposed for minor sports organizations be deferred for the 2023-2024 season due to the late notice. We recognize there are increased costs for operations across all sectors, and we want to be fair and continue to benefit from the facilities we are fortunate to have, though we want the opportunity to plan for how to absorb those costs. Deferring until next year allows us to plan for the shortfall, implement strategies to mitigate it, and hopefully not pass it on to our participants directly. We thank you for your time and hope you can appreciate the position our groups find ourselves in and the spirit in which we come to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the delegation from council? Councilor Mitchell.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. And you indicated that most of your groups set your registration rates, and some even do your registrations in the spring, but you didn't find out until July that there would be potential increase.
Yes.
Did any of the groups reach out to township staff before setting your registration fees to see if there would be a potential increase?
The Zorra Skating Fund did not, based on previous practice. That was done from Township in the mid-March, I believe. So when we heard no communication, we went on the assumption that we wouldn't be increased this year.
We did not reach out, as such, but we have been advised that typically what would happen is that information would come through earlier in the as that seems to have been but no, we did not reach out.
Embro Minor Hockey did not reach out for this specific issue. We did, though, reach out to Matt about other concerns that we had, the way the invoice is laid out, and many just other things. But we didn't reach out specifically for the rates, but it was discussed there.
Okay, so
That was in June.
is it fair to say that based on prior, the way things went, no news was good news, and you worked on the assumption that the rates weren't going up?
Yes.
My other question is, for each of your groups, how much extra will it cost if we were to implement the 2.1% increase for the season? Do you have those numbers?
For the Zorra Skating Fund, it's our treasurer ran numbers, and it would be roughly about $2,500.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't have that information for Embro Minor.
Okay.
And same goes for us. We will simply have to look at that percentage and how it relates to each registration. Registrations are constantly moving numbers. It's possible to do an exact number.
Right. Okay.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay. No, that's good. Thank you.
Any other questions for the delegation? All right, thanks very much. We're gonna, just so you know, we're gonna go on to the report from staff on the fees now, so stay tuned. So we're gonna jump down then to item 8.2B. Yeah, jump down to item 8.2B from the Recreation Department, Report 2023-095 from the Director of Recreation and Facilities regarding recreation rates and fees. And Matt, is there anything you want to highlight for council in there before I ask them for questions?
So just kind of some of the context and timeframes and history of this. Prior to 2019, the rates weren't adjusted since 2013. This is actually only the third rate review we've done since that time, as we froze the rates during the pandemic affected years of 2020 and 2021. So they were adjusted in 2020 for the season of 2020 and the season of 2022-23 for ice rates and also hall rates and park rates as well. We looked at a 4% baseline increase for this based upon the average of CPI in the beginning of this year for 2023. And also looking at some of the market rate analysis of the municipalities around us and what they're charging for ice this year or other rates. I shouldn't just specify ice is probably, because it is our largest source of revenue, also the largest source of expense for our clubs and associations. It also tends to become a primary focus area, but this does encompass all of our fees for recreation rentals, parks, user fees, program registrations, and things as well. There are some things that we did exempt from it, and that is mainly more of our drop-in and program rates, as we see that they tend to be at a point where they're at the market rate around us, and also that they are at a point where we feel reasonable for the average kind of, or for the families or the people that participate in those. It was last done, and the last review of this happened December 21 was when we did that, and that would be best practice, and it falls on me for the not updating or letting that kind of slip until later in this year, and that so for the next years, the rates that would be effective 24-25 season, or kind of any of our next rate reviews, the staff plan to bring that back in December or earlier into this practice for both in community engagement and a report to council that would come back in December again for that farther in advance.
Questions from council on the report? Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, Matt, just wondering if you could, I know it's hard for the user groups, given specific numbers and whatnot, to come up with a figure of what kind of impact this has on revenue for the township if we were to not increase these this year. Was the revenue projections in the budget for this year assuming some sort of rate increase, or what kind of overall implications to this year's budget do you see based on this?
The rates are set inside more of a calendar year, but they affect over sports seasons which don't adhere to a calendar year. So when we look at a hockey season or kind of our ice user season, they get split over two calendar, like our two budget years. So there would be minimal effect for what is currently happening, which is kind of our 2023 year. Those rates and any ice utilization that happened for the first half of the season has already happened underneath the old rates. The September forward, so it'll be a minimal impact from September through till December of our current budget year. And we'll be reviewing for our next operating budget year our actuals received, and then based upon these rates that we set now for our 2024 year, we'll be basing our budget based upon that, and kind of we look at what's utilized or rented for facilities, what we project might happen for growth, and we kind of project our numbers based upon that. So it will have minimal impact on the 23 budget. What we said now will impact the 24 operating budget, and so it's still unknown as far as what we will project out for 24, because we'll look at what we saw for actuals this year in bookings, and also what we have assigned and allocated for teams for next year, and make our calculations for the 24 budget.
Any other questions from council? Councilor Mitchell.
So, Matt, in your report, you reference 4.6% or 4.46% increase in inflation, and that's one of the ways that you base the 4% increase for most rates and fees. So is the 4% increase, is that in line with what neighboring municipalities are charging as far as increases and the rates that they're proposing for the upcoming years? Or
Looking through it, I was trying to find whether they were based upon, when I look at the dollar value of what we're proposing, we're very close to the kind of median or average with other municipalities of what they're proposing or have put in place for 2023 and beyond. I couldn't find a reference to what they did as far as whether they based it upon a CPI or a percentage. So some have gone up 2%, but there's also the fact that we were behind on some other ones. The ones that did list it seemed to be more in the 2% range, but we were already below some of where they were because we've had a historic period where we haven't had rate increases. So kind of on our largest revenue sources of ICE, we're sitting in very close with our prime, non-prime, and minor sports with the neighboring Oxford municipalities, as well as some of our close Middlesex County facilities.
Okay. And my other question, Matt, is I understand that when we did the initial update, it was 2019, and we hadn't changed fees in 6 or 7 years. We had to make a significant increase to catch up. And then COVID hit, and we froze everything. All recreation was, your department was affected more than anything else by the COVID lockdowns and whatnot. But it says here that we last reviewed this in December 2021, and the goal is to do it on an annual basis. So why wasn't this reviewed in last December, and why are we just getting this report now?
I think our department, as we've grown, we've gotten busy, and honestly, I let this one slide too long or wait too late into the season to do it. So that's the onus is on me for that. So that is the reason. There's not a good sound reason of why we did this later, as far as no deliberate action to push it later into the season.
Any other questions on the report? Councilor.
So in the report, when you go from the 4% to the 2.1%, does that other 2% go onto the tax levy?
It will depend as we set our operating budget for 2024. So if it's not, if our expenses have increased in 24, and if we reduce that revenue source, then yeah, that shortfall would come to the operating budget underneath the tax levy. I'm not sure, Diane, if you want to speak to that any more way.
That's correct. So as we're developing the budget for 2024, if there's projected that the revenue source is going to be less, then we'll be requesting the difference to come from the tax levy, and that's correct.
And just for kind of the minor sports teams, I did some rough calculations based upon the weekly ice used for each organization and just multiplying it out kind of for the season. It doesn't account in any time they book extra ice for a one-off thing or special events, things like that haven't been scheduled yet. But when we look at total amongst all of them, it's about $6,500 approximately. A bit difference between, my apologies, that's about it's approximately $3,200 in between the proposed 2% compared to the current rate. And the difference between being a 4% and the 2% increase was about $3,200 difference if we reduce that, or $3,200 if we freeze the rate or don't increase the rate, if that makes sense.
Anyone else? Councillor Stewart.
So just coming back to that, and that kind of relates to my first question. So overall, what we're talking about here in terms of potential lost revenue is, say, under $7,500 for the township if rates were to remain as is.
If they remained at, overall, that's only related to, the calculation I did was only related to minor sports because that seemed to be an issue I thought we were going to be focused on more in the meeting. So just related to the minor sports groups. So that's Templeton Area Minor Hockey, that's Oxford Inferno, ZSC, Zorra Skating Club, and Embro Minor Hockey as well.
And we know from an expense standpoint alone, just staffing has gone up. We obviously went through that at budget time. What other expenses have gone up, utilities-wise, that are significant to note?
Utilities haven't increased in the costing dramatically because most of our, the ones related to the facilities, not the parts related, like fuel has increased quite a bit, but hydro and gas have not increased in a significant manner. In our staffing, so our two largest expenses for our indoor facilities are staffing and utilities. So those haven't increased. But when it comes to some of our other services, whether it be cleaning supplies, services for like labor for outside contractors, things like that, we have seen a more significant increase in those areas. And even materials for repairs to building have increased. So those we've seen more of an increase than the hydro and the labor. The labor has increased as was approved by council, the 6.9%, I believe.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor Gray.
I'm just looking at the draft recreation rates and fees and the implementation dates. Can you just clarify for me, when the review was done last year, it was done in December, those are implemented for, like in each section it'll say effective date. So when we're making changes to our funeral rental of a hall, that's not implemented, they're all implemented September 1st, or are they?
So they were first implementation September 1st, 2023, mainly for like that we would, because we'll start charging these once fees by-law has been passed, and then for new rents. And when it comes to halls, we do that with new rentals coming forward after that. There are some rentals that happen that have already been paid for, but if it hasn't been paid for, we charge the effective rate.
So rental rates are complicated because we operate within a calendar year and then sports seasons sprawl over, and a soccer field versus a hall versus ice. Do these fees all get implemented at the same time, or are they staggered in their implementation based on, like when you are implementing changes in December, when we're having a discussion in December, at what point during the calendar year are we seeing those fees change for different categories?
Thanks for clarifying your question. So if it were the ice rates that we were looking at, it wouldn't be affected till the next season after the rates were put in place. So as far as if we do this in December, that would not affect the January ice for that current season. It would be effective the next September. That's what we did in the past. Same thing goes with our minor sports, the outdoor minor sports. So baseball and soccer, we apply to their next season after the rates applied. So if we review this in April or in December, then they would be effective potentially April when they start their season.
So just to clarify, when we're having discussions about lost revenues and scheduling, and when we're having these discussions, it's the impact on certain sports versus others versus different types of rentals, that lost revenue kind of is captured by when the scheduling of when we're doing the fees rate change, right? I mean, if we went an entire year without doing anything, then it's a full capture of all lost revenue, versus if we're doing it in December versus August versus May. Is that, okay.
Anyone else? Councillor Finch.
To speak to what the community groups are here for today, would the community grant be something that these guys could apply for, Matt?
This is something that was just mentioned quickly before, so I was trying to look quickly through the policy for our community grants. Those are done through kind of an application process and our budget process in the fall. As far as I can see there, it's not that they're not eligible, but there is a section in there, 2.3, that depending on how you see the subsidized rate from minor sport to our regular prime rates, they could be seen as getting a subsidy already from that. It doesn't specifically speak to that in the policy. There is a wording in the policy that says they can't be getting subsidy underneath the recreation fee and waiver reduction policy, but that policy doesn't kind of govern the set rates inside this fee bylaw. We set the we set the minor sport rate as a subsidized rate separate in the fee bylaw. It's not in that policy, but it depends on how you see that subsidy of the different differential between the prime rate and the minor sports rate as a subsidy or not. And so.
Anyone else? Councillor Stewart.
Sorry. So there is an option here to potentially freeze or not increase any rates for services or fees that come into effect on September 1st, 2023. If you keep going down towards the bottom of this list, there are a number of things that don't take effect until January 1st, 2024. The timing of this increase would give Thames Minor Soccer, Embro Soccer, time to incorporate those increases into their 2024 season. So we could be looking at a situation where if we were looking at freezing some rates or not increasing some rates, we could still proceed with rate increases in other categories.
That's correct, yep.
Anyone else? Moved by Grigg, seconded by Mitchell, that report 2023-095 be received and filed for information purposes only, and that staff prepare an updated report with or without modifications for the second meeting of October for council consideration for 2024 implementation. Deputy Mayor Grigg, as the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, so I think we've had really clearly outlined by the delegates the negative impact on the winter sport rates, and I think council's had some really great discussion around how that then impacts in other areas or not, or who has ample notice or not. We've also asked the delegates if they reached out and had communication or didn't, or knew or didn't know or whatever. The more we have standardized processes in place, I think it both gives us the structure to do our due diligence, but then it also allows for those user groups to have an idea of when they will know those things, because they have within their own volunteer-led organizations their practices for budgeting, getting information out, collecting registration fees, and all of those things. And I think we have some practices that align well with the scheduling of those groups, and this year bringing this forward in August is just not functioning with what that timeline has been in the past, and how those groups work. In terms of sectioning out different pieces to, maybe freeze or not put a rate increase on or not, I think I would like to see this just shift 4 months down the road, where we would have, sorry, I'm saying 4 months, I guess it's not 4 months, second meeting in October. More closely aligned with what we've historically done, and that moving forward, then that's just what we're going to do. If we have this discussion now, it's August, this is clearly then a yearly review. We're going to be in the same position with the same delegates a year from now. So if the intention is to move back into a better scheduled rhythm of setting our fees, communicating with our user groups, and having everybody be able to plan, I would prefer us to just do that now. So the motion is set out to do this in the second meeting of October. Councillor Mitchell had suggested that so that it was set ahead of budget process, so that council was able to sort of work with, and staff work through budget process and have a better understanding of what we're looking at in terms of our fees. Historically, or last year at least, it was in December, so it's fairly closely aligned with what we've done in the past, and would give ample notice for our user groups. The second piece of that motion was, that was just that it come back. Yeah. So I'm guessing that between now and then, there's not a heck of a lot that's going to change, although some of the discussion Councillor Mitchell and I had, and he can speak more to, is that, you were going off of the 4.46% is where that 4% came from, and some market analysis from our neighboring municipalities. A few months down the road, if that's changing and staff deem there to be a need to revise this, then that could be something that we consider, but I would prefer to have this process align on the calendar in a way that's going to function. And the other thing I wanted to say, and I'm not sure if there needs to be maybe some direction or not, or if this is something we could look at later, but when we disbanded when we stopped our committees, and one of the prime things about ZRAC in terms of function and the feedback we had was the value of those community group meetings where they were able to weigh in, and I remember there being discussion about, well, ZRAC will no longer exist, that those meetings should still exist and that consultation should still exist. So I would also like to see some form of that formalized maybe within this process, so that, again, our user groups have some knowledge of what they can expect from Zorra, and that they can continue their programming for residents.
Councillor Mitchell is the seconder.
Just some background where I'm coming from on this. I have zero experience with use of Zorra facilities or their programs, primarily because where I live in the township. But for 20 years, I was very deeply involved with St. Mary's Minor Hockey, including 2 years as the registrar and 6 years as the ice convener. So I have a pretty good understanding of the challenges of providing youth sports programs at an affordable cost, and the challenges of negotiating with municipalities to get the ice time that's needed for your organization. I do support the motion from the Deputy Mayor that we essentially freeze these fees for the time being by not adopting the recommendation, but just receiving and filing. I'm a strong believer that recreation facilities and programs should be partially user pay and also township subsidized. There's no way that people can afford to play hockey and other sports if they pay the full price. But it also is important that people don't get things handed to them for free, because I think you don't appreciate things when things are handed to you. So we've met that balance between what the user pays and what the community pays to support the program. And when we're setting fees, we have to balance what operating costs are along with what other municipalities are charging for comparable facilities, because we not only want to provide fair value to the taxpayers and the users, but we want to make sure that we're not pricing ourselves out and people are going to other municipalities to use their facilities. But the township has a responsibility to inform users in a timely manner what the rental rates are going to be, whether that's user groups that are renting ice, or facilities, or individuals that are looking to rent a hall for some reason. And we haven't done that this year. And I think adopting rate increases in August that begin September 1st is just bad business, is not the right way to treat people. I suggest the timelines for what we should do on an annual basis is that we have a review of the fees that come to council in either the last meeting of October or the first meeting of November, so that we know what the potential revenues are for the following year during budget debates, and that these changes in rates be implemented on May 1st to go through to the end of April the next year. That gives both our summer and our winter groups several months to understand what the impact of facility rental fees will be on their organizations, and gives them time to adjust their registration fees if they need to. There's also attached to this report of what I found a disturbing list of comments from users. And I think we need to address many of those before we increase our rates, and whether that's May 1st or sometime sooner. But I think there's some issues there that have been festering, and when you get a survey, which it's, from what I saw, was 100% negative, there's something that needs to be done about that. And to increase rates before we do that, I don't think is right. So I realized that there will be lost revenue for the township. It will take some digging to figure out exactly how many dollars we would be missing out by not increasing these rates now. And everybody knows how much, what my stance is on dollars in coming in and going out. But there's sometimes when doing the right thing trumps financial gain. And I think in this case, the right thing is do not adapt these fee increases at this time, to look at it again in late October, and to adopt a program where this doesn't happen again.
Anyone else? Councillor Finch?
I understand the upset from the user groups and the community, but I do not support this motion. I don't think it appropriate for us to ask non-hockey skating residents in Zorra to subsidize the private sports, as this will come off their tax levy. So I don't support the motion.
Anyone else? I'll read it again and call the question in a minute. I do support it. I think it's the township's error, and so we should pay that bill. Unfortunately, when the township makes an error and we pay that bill, that's the 9,000 residents on that map. So we're all going to share the cost of doing that if we decide to do that. But I think it's the right thing to do. So I think we should do it. I do have one question though. Right now, the proposed increase is 2.1. If we defer an increase in this, is it likely that we're going to see a higher rate increase and if we do it, then 2.1? I don't know if that's Matt or Diane, but.
I will look at reevaluating if there's any, because if we're going to be moving it to a year later, we should be evaluating some of the things that we've evaluated for this 23 year into the 24 year a bit more, because that rate will be effective longer out. So we'll be looking at whether the 4% is appropriate overall for everything at that point, as well as see if there's any kind of change in market. I think so. For the minor sport organization rates, it's possible it could go up next year to 4%, or we'll be evaluating all the rates, I guess, based upon some of the future kind of inflation CPI indexes and some more market analysis for farther projection out.
Anyone else then before I read and call the question? Councillor Mitchell.
And I think to your point, the issue isn't the amount of the increase. The issue is the fact that lack of notification so that the organizations couldn't factor that in however they choose, whether it's fundraising or increasing the registration fees, whatever. So yeah, there's quite possible that when we relook at this at the end of the year, it will be more than 2.1. The 2.1 was, my understanding was staff saying, oops, we goofed, we're not going to charge you the full 4. So yeah, maybe quite possible the increase will be more, but the 4% is not really the issue. The issue is that we didn't let them know.
Anyone else? I'll read it again and call the question. Moved by Grigg, seconded by Mitchell, that report 2023-095 be received and filed for information purposes only, and that staff prepare an updated report with or without modifications for the second meeting of October for council consideration for 2024 implementation. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then we will go back to the last delegation, which is Sonia Green, did that one, which is Carrie Youngblood, Woodstock Wildcats Girls Hockey Association ice allocation and pricing. There you go. Just double check that that's still on since the last one. I think it probably is, but.
All right, thank you for having us. Good afternoon now. I've got myself, Carrie Youngblood. I'm the registrar with the Woodstock Wildcats Girls Minor Hockey. And I've got Ross Birch sitting over there as well. He's our association president. So the Woodstock Wildcats is a girls hockey association based out of Woodstock, now with many girls from the surrounding area as well. So we've grown substantially in the previous few years. In 2019, we had 10 teams, youth teams under the age of 18. This year, we're up to 17 teams now. So we'll get into the numbers very shortly there. So we're extremely limited on ice availability in the city of Woodstock due to the growth here. With minimal local options below the age of U15, we're kind of getting up against the wall here of not being able to offer girls hockey due to these ice constraints. So ideally, we're able to provide opportunities for girls of all skill levels. However, some of the lower levels are the most at risk of getting bumped out or forced back into the boys or co-ed hockey, minor hockey systems. So Stephanie and Matt have provided us with the policy on how ice allocation is sent out and decided on the organizations. Within the policy currently, it is, so the requirements here, you have to be a nonprofit, be guided by a constitution and bylaws governed by a board of directors, actively providing a program for activities for children 19 years and younger, and at least 40% of the registrants that are 19 years of age or younger within the group must be residents of the Township of Zorra. So the way it was initially written, it doesn't really apply to girls hockey as much as it used to. The way girls hockey is set up is there really isn't any restrictive boundaries like there is in boys minor hockey. So this policy is kind of creating a bit of unintentional consequence to girls hockey wanting to play competitive girls hockey. So within that, many will choose to travel slightly to find a program that balances their ability or just a consistent year-to-year program that they can grow together as teams, which seems to be how the Wildcats ended up with so many players here. Boys hockey is locked into geographical areas, so the travel isn't possible with them, and it is more locked into kind of more of a township area. We are seeing some of the local associations are amalgamating, expanding that area as well, so that is changing slightly there. So with this, with minimal programs for Zorra residents for girls hockey, they're forced to come to Woodstock. Again, our goal is to provide hockey for any of the girls that want to play. One of the key stats here, I think, with girls hockey is by the age of 13, 1 in 3 girls will quit playing sports, where boys are 1 in 10. So it's pretty crucial here to keep girls in sports. With our number base, looking at how things are written here, the priority for assigning ice in Zorra goes to the following groups first. So it would be the Zorra Rec, second would be minor sports, third Trojans hockey, fourth school, fifth returning groups or leagues, and sixth new users. So to be considered the minor sports, that's where the 40% kicks in, which again, the way it's written, I think is just the intent is affecting the girls here. Based on our individual numbers we're seeing this year, we're about 32%, which would service kind of the Zorra area for girls hockey, which is below the 40, but it is still pretty substantial to what we have here. And we'd consider that area the Embro, Tempsford, Ingersoll, being the Ingersoll girls don't have an Ingersoll girls hockey option. So our ask here today is, we are trying to get some ice here in Zorra, which we've been working with Matt and Stephanie. We've gotten a little bit here, but we're asked to be considered within the minor hockey rates, as well as review the policy to see if there's a way to include a different way to look at it, I guess, to make sure that the girls aren't being negatively affected as it currently stands.
Thank you. Questions for the delegation from council? Councilor Mitchell.
Ms. Carey, you mentioned number of teams that you have in your organization, and you also mentioned that 32%, which I presume is the percentage that are Zorra of your total. Do you have actual numbers of how many registrants you have and how many Zorra residents you have?
Out of those numbers, as of a couple days ago, we have 282 girls registered. I don't have it by postal code, it's just the mailing address city. So out of that, 25 are Tempsford, Embro, and 66 with an Ingersoll city address there. So I don't know the exact boundary of those Ingersoll addresses. Being again with the no Ingersoll girls minor hockey option, their only choices to play girls hockey would be to go outside of the city there as well.
Okay. Do you have any members of your executive, you mentioned the board of directors, coaching staffs that are Zorra residents? Each team's made up 6 bench staff. We definitely have members on our board and coaches from Tempsford. Okay. And my last question, if I may, Marcus. You mentioned that there were 66 from Ingersoll. Do you rent ice in Ingersoll, or is there ice available?
There's absolutely no ice available.
Okay, so your other options outside...
It's even less, yeah.
Your other options outside of Woodstock are Tempsford or Embro?
Those would be the closest to and actually serve the next biggest proportion of our registration membership.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for the delegation? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do have a motion for this delegation, moved by Grigg, seconded by Mitchell, that the 2023-2024 ice season, that for the 2023-2024 ice season, a maximum of 3 weekly time slot ice bookings from the Wildcats Hockey Organization be charged at minor sports organizations' rate, and that the ice allocation policy be reviewed by staff and recommendations be made on how to address the inequity of ice access for Zorra girls hockey participants, and that these recommendations come back to council for consideration no later than first meeting of February in 2024. Deputy Mayor Grigg is the mover. Do you wish to speak to that?
So it's no secret that I'm a huge advocate for youth sport, especially girls, especially hockey. Partially because of personal experiences, but also the stat that the delegate made about retention of girls in youth sport and the value of youth sport, I think lends a responsibility for us on our end to do our part to help as much as possible with that retention. Policy is a tool that we use to try to provide transparent and equitable services for residents. And I think what we're dealing with here is a policy that was constructed to allow for that to happen, equitable ice access. And at the time that it came into place, I think it functioned really well. When my girls were little, they played Inferno hockey because they offered teams at every age level. This year, there's 2 teams, one at U15 and U18 are the 2 levels that hockey is offered. So any Zorra resident that has a girl that would like to play in girls hockey has to leave the boundary in order to be able to play on a team regardless of ability. So because there's no longer that availability to play locally, they're then playing at an association that no longer meets the requirements of the policy. We spoke in the previous report, the fees rate report, Councillor Mitchell was speaking to how recreation, while we do subsidize it, there's also some user fees to offset the costs when you're using those facilities. And I think the policy that we have did a really great job of recognizing that families who live in Zorra are already subsidizing that facility. So then when they should be getting first pick at the availability of that ice. And when we have surplus ice after that, then the next priority goes down, like it sets Zorra youth, then youth sport, our Trojans, and then if you're coming from however far away, you can still rent the ice, but you're going to pay a little bit more for it. What we have now is any Zorra girls family is subsidizing recreation, but then paying full rate by having to leave town to rent that ice, and if they are to skate at our home facilities. So I think there's, in some preliminary discussions with staff, I think there's lots of creative ways to help overcome this. There was some discussions about different formula that can achieve what this policy was intended to achieve, but can do it in a way that will proportionally benefit the organizations based on Zorra rates. And, ultimately what recommendation staff will make will come forward in a staff report. But there are, methods of having for X number of registrants from the municipality, you get X number of hockey hours of ice time at the discounted rates at the priority. And then if you have anything additionally over top of that, then it would be a different rate and a different priority. And that might be a method of allowing for different organizations that are made up of different groups of residents and non-residents to be able to get, something a little bit more equitable. The girls' organizations, through being charged full rate and by not getting that ice, means that for my daughter, she might be able to get into the arena at 10 o'clock on a Tuesday and pay inflated registration rates, where our next door neighbor, who's a boy, gets to play at 6 p.m. on a Tuesday and has lesser rates. So that is why I'm asking for a review of the policy, because I do think there's lots of ways of addressing this unintended bias. And then the up to 3 hours of reduced rate. As of right now, the Wildcats organization has 1 hour available to them, but there's the potential that more ice could come available as the scheduling gets worked out. So I put, instead of saying that the Wildcats are going to get a reduced rate, I put a cap on it of 3, because if for some miracle they got 20 hours, then I don't think that would be proportional to the registrant ratio population of the organization. The risk of not having enough ice that you then cannot offer all of the teams access to playing sports is a real concern. And if these teams are not able to, like, I already know last year my daughter's team was playing against teams that had an additional practice a week, and it showed on the ice, and she didn't have that additional practice because the ice was not available. So as much as it's unintended, it's not available because of how some of these policies are written in terms of who gets choose that ice and who gets the leftovers. So I want to thank the delegate for bringing this to our attention and laying it out very clearly. I think we had really great policy in the past, and I think as things change, policy needs to change to keep up, and I believe this is what we're looking at here.
Councilor Mitchell is second.
Yeah, to go back to my previous involvement in minor hockey, and as a parent of 2 girls that played hockey and 2 boys that played hockey, I can confirm that the way boys and girls hockey is organized is apples and oranges, and I've never been able to understand girls hockey, but that's the way it is. And as you said in your presentation, they're free to go wherever they want, and that certainly creates challenges when you're running an organization. The bottom line is that the local organization, for whatever reason, is no longer able to provide a program for Zorra girls, and their only option is to go with a Woodstock-based program, which doesn't have enough ice in Woodstock to provide the program they do. Apparently we do in Thamesford and Embro. It's another option, and so I support the motion that to do the 3 hours as a stopgap. The season starts in a few more weeks, believe it or not. By allowing the three hours at sports group rate is a stopgap solution to the problem that you have, and I think as Katie indicated, we need to take a look at the allocation. Risk of repeating what Katie said, but when the policy was adopted, it worked because there was a local girls hockey program. There is no longer, for all senses, a local girls program, and we have a responsibility to make it available for the reasons that you stated, and just because it's our responsibility to be fair to everybody. And so that's why I'm supporting it, that in the short term, 3 hours, in the longer term, an overall look at the policy so that we can not so much support your organization, but to support the girls in Zorra Township.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Finch.
I don't support this motion. I think rec has a hard time as it is, giving prime ice to our community organizations. I think we have policies for a reason, and I agree that the policy needs to be looked at and maybe updated, but I don't see the 3 hours being something we can do with rec already having trouble with our own local groups.
Anyone else? Councilor Stewart.
I'm going to assume that the 3 hours that we're talking about, or even any possible openings, just a clarification maybe, are probably non-prime times. Like you mentioned, 10 o'clock at night. Is that, maybe that's a question to Matt, is that the types of timelines we're talking about, or?
So I guess a little bit to try and understand the intent of the 3 hours. Was does it say weekday?
So the motion reads that for the 2023-2024 ice season, a maximum of 3 weekly time slot ice bookings from the Wildcats hockey organization be charged at minor sports organizations rate, and that the ice allocation policy be reviewed by staff and recommendations be made on how to address the inequity of ice access for Zorra girls hockey participants, and that these recommendations come back to council for consideration no later than the first meeting of February in 2024. So my interpretation of that, and I guess the question would be for you, Matt, as the recreation director,
yeah.
But my interpretation of that is that it does not speak to scheduling, but only to the rate.
Okay, yeah, because if it was like required 3 hours during prime hours, so a couple clarification items. One, we have offered, initially on the ice allocation request, we offered the Wildcats a singular 1 hour, which was on Sundays from 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. The way our ice allocation works, people request in May what they would like. We received requests from Wildcats. What they received based upon our other requests that we got in was that 1 hour. In July, we send out a draft contract to all groups that have requested ice that says this would be your regular weekly assigned time frame. This is your hours you would have each week, and they have until yesterday to get us back. So we basically got in some of those yesterday and have offered the Wildcats 2 additional hours in Embro on Saturdays from 12:30 till 2:30. So that's a total of 3 hours in between. But we haven't gotten to the point of confirming that because this literally is progressing as the time frames of our ice allocation happen. I do have concern if it was a portion where we were going to say that we are required as staff by resolution to provide 3 hours of ice to the Wildcats on weekdays, primarily because at both facilities from 5 till normally 10 p.m. and a lot of nights till 11 p.m. the facility is already utilized by our current our minor sports as well as adult teams. The adult teams tend to be local in nature as well. So although it's not just minor sports, it's also local adults that we affect with these things. So that's kind of the other concern with that. Unless we looked at, say, like 10 p.m. on weeknights, we wouldn't necessarily have that, or like 4 to 5 p.m. on weekdays. I've just got the calendar kind of going. We have a draft calendar for the season that I'm kind of looking at in front of me as I discuss this. And just for more the information side of things, I'll put together a bit of what we were requested for in for the next ice season. We sit at a deficit of ice to what is requested from groups. So both all of our local minor sports, adult groups, as well as we've continued to get increased requests from Ingersoll District Minor Hockey, the groups like the Wildcats, the Oxford Warlords, Tavistock Minor Hockey. This is the first year they've requested it. And we also do have the Dorchester Ringette group, which in similar constraints functions with girls sport and on a regional level, though, because although their name, like the Wildcats, name says Woodstock, there it says Dorchester, they become a regional point of. So we just have a lot of pressures. So the deficit we sit at for the Embro Zorra Community Center was approximately negative 16 hours of ice available versus what was requested last year. And in Tempsford, it looked at about negative 18 hours of what was requested versus what was available. Some of those groups, though, just in the nature of what they are, they kind of go to the back of the pile, and then they aren't granted. Like, for example, we haven't granted anything to Tavistock Minor Hockey yet because we just don't have the ice to give them, and they don't have kind of when we look, them being both a new user and the Wildcats being a new user, we do have more residents playing with, and the component of women's hockey as well with that. So, sorry, that's just some information on the feasibility of 3 hours is challenging.
I'm just pulling back up. Just 1 second. The motion, ice season, a maximum of 3 weekly time slot ice bookings to be charged at the minor sports rate. My intention was that in recognizing the policy does not prioritize the organization, it's actually at the very bottom in terms of prioritization. Only the ice that eventually trickles down to them that all of our local organizations, Tempsford Minor Hockey, Embro Minor Hockey, Skate Club, men's hockey, whoever else, once they've got their ice through our existing policy prioritization, if there's extra hockey for the Wildcats, that they not be charged the same out-of-town rate for that prime ice at a maximum of 3 hours. Because if they somehow manage to get 4 hours, I think that 4th hour should be full rate, like as if they're out of town, that we are proportional to what I'm guessing population-wise. Like my daughter has 5 kids from Tempsford on her hockey team in Woodstock. So there's a lot of kids, families that are paying in Tempsford for Tempsford facilities that don't play in Tempsford, but it's not every kid on our team. So I just said a maximum of 3 at that discounted rate. So for this hockey season, the benefit to the organization is for the 1, 2, or 3 ice times that the other groups don't want, they've already said we don't want them, that if we get them, that they be at that local sport rate, that they're paying the same hourly rate that Tempsford Minor Hockey, that Embro Minor Hockey, that my neighbors are paying for their kids' hockey. That same rate for that hour. Anything beyond that, if it becomes available, then you no longer get that discounted rate. And then the ask is for information from staff on how we could address the policy that maybe different organizations could be considered differently at this time. As of right now, a team that comes from 2 hours away of full out-of-town people that don't subsidize the arena at all, if they get in ahead of Wildcats, they're prioritized with our policy. If they're a pre-existing customer who wants ice time, they would bump out Zorra resident girls hockey. So the policy amendment is what different calculations could we use because things have changed. But the 3 hours is not to ask for 3 hours, not to promise 3 hours. It's just whatever hours trickle down after our existing policy provides those for other organizations.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I think that's all fair. I think I want to make sure that the report that does come back takes into consideration the growth of our centers as well, and the need to make sure that he had a long list of other groups. Certainly, opening up to one group means opening it up to more than one group in similar circumstances, as well as just the rec options that we're going to give new residents. So many new ones in Tempsford, for example, are living in a much smaller house. They have less space, and making sure that even for adults, that there's some rec services and time slots available as we continue to grow.
Anyone else? This makes me really uncomfortable. There's obviously an inequity in our policy here, but that needs to be addressed. But at the same time, I am really concerned that you could end up with there could be a team with 5 Zorra residents on it. You could equally under this end up with a team with no Zorra residents on it, and then all the other Zorra residents are subsidizing that ice time for that team. So I'm really, I guess the short answer is I don't know what the solution is to that, but I think that, for the 2023-2024 ice season, to allocate 3 hours at that rate doesn't necessarily prioritize them for the ice time, but just at the rate, and that we look at the policy after that is the right way to go forward with it. To some extent, that's kicking the can down the road, but I don't want to make a decision on this without looking at policy to try and figure out a more appropriate way to do this. So I'm not thrilled with this either way right now, but I think I'm going to support this because I think all it's providing is the rate for this season, and we look at the policy going forward after that. So it doesn't allocate ice to any group under our ice allocation policy with any different preference, just the rate that they get, and then we look at the policy after that. So yeah, there's a lot to be considered in this, I think, but I think I'm gonna support it as it is. Anybody else before I call the question? I'm gonna read it again. Call the question. Moved by Grigg, seconded by Mitchell. That for the 2023-2024 ice season, a maximum of 3 weekly time slot ice bookings from the Wildcats hockey organization be charged at minor sports organizations' rate, and that the ice allocation policy be reviewed by staff and recommendations be made on how to address the inequity of ice access for Zorra girls hockey participants, and that these recommendations come back to council for consideration no later than first meeting of February in 2024. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And it's now 12:28, 12:29. I think we should break for lunch. I'm going to suggest we could be back in here at 1 o'clock at work. Thank you. 101, I'll call the meeting, oh, actually, we can't, we don't have a clerk. Oh, there we go. Call the meeting back to order. I forgot. That's true. We have a plethora of clerks. 8 remember, what was the movie? Steve Martin and Martin Short with as the cowboys, you know? The plethora. Yeah, Three Amigos. Remember the plethora in that? Oh, anyway. 8.3A, Building and Drainage Department Report 2023-094 from the Chief Building Official Drainage Superintendent regarding monthly departmental activities. Mike, is there anything you want to highlight in that?
Nothing at this time.
Questions from council on the report? Councilor Mitchell.
In the report, it was talking about the cloud print program, or cloud permit program. I was just wondering, Upper Thames is part of a new program where they're going to be working with municipalities of sharing information through cloud permits. So have you heard anything from Upper Thames staff about that yet?
Nothing as of yet.
Okay. And my other question was in the inspection report on the wastewater pond. It mentioned that there was an algae issue. Is there any concern with having to deal with that, or is it just normal?
Yeah, it's just normal. It's not overly, but it's getting there. But I didn't see it as anything we needed to deal with right now.
Okay. Okay, that's good. That's it.
Any other questions?
There was a pre-hearing conference held on this past Friday for the half break. So that was set aside and it's going back again in September.
Mike.
The How Drain pre-hearing conference was held last Friday with our lawyer, Gord's lawyer, and it will be going back in September for the next round. So we will hopefully have some type of report from Peter Pickfield on that.
Anyone else? Councilor Stewart.
Yeah, Mike, so the results of that stormwater pond investigation, what does that tell us in terms of when it needs to be dredged or serviced of any kind? Does it lead us to any timelines?
We're trying to monitor. Obviously, that's the only pond I have done. There are others we could do. Embro probably doesn't need it because it's fairly new right now. We're just monitoring it right now to see, if it's functioning. It seems to be functioning fine right now. Sediment depths, if they get much deeper, we'll probably empty the forebay, take all the sediment out, get rid of it. The actual main pond didn't seem that bad, but the sediment pond is getting some, a little bit of accumulation of sediment. So we'll monitor it and we'll decide when we want to undertake that.
If we dredge that, where does the money come from for that?
It would come out of the drainage fees that are collected from
that are for the properties serviced by that pond?
So Don can probably speak.
So that new policy, the money that we're
Right.
trying to collect,
Thank you.
that's where that'll come from.
Okay. Anyone else? Moved by Grigg, moved by Finch. Seconded by Stewart, that report 2023-094 from the Chief Building Official Drainage Superintendent be received and filed for information purposes only. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.4, Public Works Department. A, report 2023-092 from the Director of Public Works regarding a Public Works monthly departmental report. Steve, is there anything you want to highlight in that?
No, just a couple things, I guess, just to update since at the time I wrote this report. Road 64 is now paved, just waiting for shouldering. I was ensured that shouldering is going to happen much quicker than it did in last year's projects. Line painting will happen after that, once the bridge projects are done and out of the way. 15th line from Road 64 to the Tempsford town limits, or Linda Lane, got surface treatment also this month, and it's performing as expected. And then we're hoping to get Beachville paved on Friday of this week, if everything goes, weather permitting.
Questions from council? Councilor Mitchell.
On the tracking chart for Bridge Culvert 0160, it says that Upper Thames staff want a whole scope of work done that's possibly going to delay this project. So can you just expand on what they're looking for and whether this is unusual?
Yes, we were hoping, we've done other projects very similar to this in the past and haven't had to do quite this extensive research work and provide quite the amount of information for Upper Thames. However, it's not unusual when you're doing in-water work. It may have something to do with them, that they feel there's more sensitivities to an environment surrounding the bridge. So, you know, they're asking for full hydraulic flow calculations and fully engineered and stamped drawings of the road and the rebuilding of the road. So, I mean, it's a little more involved than what we're used to for projects of this scope, but not unusual completely. We were just hoping we wouldn't have to do that and we'd be able to get that project and using mostly our forces this fall yet.
So it's not only going to delay it, but increase the price significantly.
Yeah, you talk engineering, of course,
yeah.
More cost for that.
Well, engineers are all well paid, so.
Better paid than mayors. Any other questions? Not seeing any, then moved by Stewart, seconded by Grigg, that report 2023-092 from the Director of Public Works be received and filed for information purposes only. Any discussion? Oh, sorry. Forgot that again. Mitchell. Moved by Stewart, seconded by Mitchell, that report 2023-092 from the Director of Public Works be received and filed for information purposes only. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And B, 8.4B, report 2023-097 from the Director of Public Works regarding tender results for Bridge Culvert 0160. Steve, is there anything you want to highlight for council on that?
No, nothing to highlight.
Questions from council? Councilor Mitchell.
Steve, the way I read the letter from K-Smart Associates was that there was two options, that you could go ahead with repairs at this time, or we could leave it for, they're saying 15 to 20 years, and then do a full replacement at that time, understanding that in the interim, at some point, load reduction would have to be, and there may be some other restrictions put on. Obviously, by going to tender, you think that we should do the repairs at this time. So I just wonder what your rationale is for that.
Yes, Councilor Mitchell, that's a good question. We have assessed it with K-Smart, the wing walls, and even in the biannual reports, it's identified that I believe it was the west side deteriorating faster than the east side. We didn't think it prudent to just wait the 15 to 20 years to do a full replacement and add a load restriction. As we know, being in a farming area, and heavily farmed area with heavy equipment, that probably those restrictions would not be adhered to, and risk injury and failure of that culvert. So we opted to, we did our due diligence. We did some pretty extensive deck condition surveys on it. We exposed the whole deck as it's underneath about 10 inches of gravel, so they could get a real good look at it. Some core samples, and from there, hopefully good estimate for repair. It was quite shocking that we were that much higher on the lowest bid. So K-Smarts were very shocked as well, because they're usually pretty well bang on. But the biggest difference there we found it was mobilization, where K-Smart's estimates was about $15,000 for mobilization fees, where the lowest bidder was $95,000. So I feel like that's where a lot of the extra costs are going.
Anyone else on the report? Moved by Finch, seconded by Stewart, that council authorize staff to award Clearwater Structures Incorporated tender 2023-04 for the amount of $386,800 plus tax. Any discussion? I guess my only concern with this is, I mean, we have the money to move from reserves right now. What's the health of that reserve going to be when we move this over? I know some of the projects we've had have come in under, and that's all good. So that goes into the reserve, but tracking those ins and outs, what's the health of this reserve look like? I'm thinking about 2024 budget and 5-year capital budget and all that kind of stuff.
Well, it's never healthy enough, unfortunately. The biannual report in 2021, they wanted us to spend $2.3 million in 2022. I mean, and going forward from there every year, 1.2 to 1.6. And we just don't, that's to keep it to the bridge to the MTO CPI rating of above 70, right? And we just can't, with that kind of money, we just can't do it at this time. So we kind of have to triage. We go from the biannual reports, we do our due diligence, we get our deck condition surveys, and we pick out the worst ones first and attend to those fastest as we can. So that's kind of been our practice. I talk about the, I don't know, Diane could speak more to about the budget numbers for, not necessarily budget, but our reserves for bridges going forward, what we may need going forward to try to get these more on track.
So our bridges reserves is not healthy enough to accommodate this increase. This is something that will be considered as part of the 2024 budget and onward, that we need to start putting funds away for our assets and our life cycle of all these bridges, so that in the future we can just pull from those reserves and not our tax levy for these projects. But that's a work in process, and it's going to take us many years, and we are behind in that aspect.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.4C, Report 2023-090 from the Director of Public Works regarding recruiting one new full-time staff member for the Public Works Department. Steve, is there anything you want to highlight in that?
No, nothing to highlight.
Questions from Council? Councilor Mitchell.
Yeah, Steve, you're indicating an increase of a little over $15,000 to the budget by hiring a full-time position, as opposed to John was, I guess, technically a part-time position. So how was that $15,000 calculated?
So the calculations come from the difference of hours worked between the full-time and the full part-time position that John was doing. That would be the biggest difference, with the number of hours that we're working difference. And then contributions to benefits, Canada Pension, EI, and OMERS. That's what we come up with. And I might add one thing too. This is at full rate of pay. New hires, depending on their experience level and their already what training they've already received, we'll start them at a certain rate, rate 2 or rate 3. So there'll be 2 or 3 years before we actually see this full amount being paid out to the full-time staff. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. No, there's nothing actually as far as the bylaws per the report that I filed. Nothing comes to mind.
Questions from Council? Not seeing any. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by Finch, that Report 2023-091 from the Bylaw Enforcement Officer be received and filed, and that staff prepare a report comparing bylaw enforcement since the hiring of the shared Bylaw Enforcement Officer to previous bylaw enforcement efforts, including number and types of cases handled and the financial impacts to be brought back to Council in December 2023. Councilor Mitchell.
And this came out, I looked at the report, and it appears that Dave's been very active with the number of cases that he's dealt with in the first 6 months. So I sent him an email question if he could give us some data comparative to before his time, and he responded that he didn't have that data available. So I had CC'd Diane and Karen on my email, and Karen suggested that I make it as part of a motion that we get a fulsome report on bylaw enforcement. This is in my time on council, this is the third way of doing it. We originally did it all in-house. Matt Paul was our bylaw officer, and we then transitioned him more to the building department, and we hired an outside company to do it, which ended suddenly because the owner of the company passed away, and then we went into this shared agreement where the 5 rurals hired Dave to do this job for us. So I would like to see not a comparison of the effectiveness and the level of service that we're providing by law enforcement under these comparative now to compared to what we did before, and also the financial implications. What are we getting for the dollars? Because just looking at this report, it looks really good, but unless you compare it to previous, it's hard to tell. So that's why I added that to the basic receive and file part of the motion.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.6B, Report 2023-093 from the Corporate Services Intern regarding updates to the Animal Control Bylaw. Georgia, is there anything you want to highlight for council before I ask them for questions?
No, nothing to highlight.
Questions from council? Moved by Greg, seconded by Stewart, that council approve the recommended amendments to the Animal Control Bylaw number 43-15. Is there any discussion? Councilor Mitchell.
Yeah, I would like to thank staff and specifically Georgia for the work that was done on this. It was actually 2 months ahead of what it was requested for, and this comes out of a support resolution from a few months ago, which prompted me to look through our animal control bylaw, and what I found was that it was dealt pretty well exclusively with pets, and I thought that there was maybe some loopholes there that we should address as far as protective animals and guardian animals and service animals. And Georgia went through and made some appropriate changes, and so now I don't know how many people this would apply for, but if there are farmers out there using these type of animals, now it's completely clear what their status is, and especially the roaming at large part certainly makes that clear what their status is. So I just want to thank staff for adopting the work that was done on it.
Anyone else? I think I read it already, didn't I? Yeah. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And correspondence requiring direction. So I have one here. The way that you have all signed these is I have one for 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, and 9E. Yeah, all separate. So we'll take them one at a time. 9A, correspondence from the Ingersoll Rural Cemetery Board regarding a change in operation. Are there any questions on that before I read the motion? Moved by Stewart, seconded by Greg, that council receive the correspondence from the Ingersoll Rural Cemetery Board as information, and that council directs township staff to enter into discussions with the town of Ingersoll to form recommendations for the future of the governance of the Ingersoll Rural Cemetery Board. Councilor Stewart, as the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Sure, I'll be quick. I think the letter explains it quite well, that this possibly could have been something that the town, Zorra and Ingersoll, could have looked at any point, but it's becoming a little bit more urgent as the two staff mainly that have been there for almost 40 years, I believe it is, are at the point where they'd like to retire soon. They'd like to see this go the right way and be managed properly by by somebody. There's just a few things that I think if the township and the town of Ingersoll can work together on to sort out, we can come up with the best solution on that. So that's why we have this here in front of us.
Deputy Mayor Greg is the second, or do you wish to speak to him? Anyone else? I think this is a good thing. I think this has kind of been coming for a while in a way, right? I think it's kind of inevitable, so I think it's a good thing to just say, let's have these discussions and get reports from the respective staffs about how it might be dealt with. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9B, correspondence from the TVDSB regarding construction for North Woodstock School. Any questions on this before Councilor Mitchell?
I agree. It makes sense to to lobby or whatever we're doing here, that you're gonna build a new school, build it big enough, rather than, we've seen other instances where before they open, they've already got portables in the backyard. My only question is, why is Zorra involved in this if it's a Woodstock school?
So because there's students who would go to that Woodstock school who are right now going to Zorra Highland Park, and there's some kids, I think there's some kids who would be going to Hickson, who are, some kids, Woodstock kids who would go to the school who are going to Hickson, who are pushing kids out of Hickson into Zorra Highland Park. So there's kind of a cascading effect going on here. So the board's current plan, temporary plan, hoping that this gets approved, is that some of that would kind of get undone and kids would go back to their normal boundaries is the intention of this if it gets approved.
So that would be better for the kids to be able to go to school closer to home, but will it have a negative impact on Zorra Highland Park as far as their enrollment?
I don't think so. No, it's going up and up and up. Yeah. That's my opinion. Anyone else? So then I moved by Finch, seconded by Mitchell, that council direct staff to prepare a letter in support of an immediate approval of revised construction plans for the new North Woodstock School to the Ministry of Education and the Honorable Ernie Hardeman MPP, and that the letter include information regarding the Ministry of Education utilizing population growth data in which the township has access to. Councillor Finch is the mover. Do you wish to speak to that? Anyone else? I do have some correspondence here that I've had emails with one of the Oxford trustees about some suggested wording and stuff that who's going to write that letter on staff probably? Okay, so I'll forward it on to Lisa and we'll work with her on that and get that done, if that's okay with council. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9C, noise bylaw exemption application from Tavistock and District Rod and Gun Club for an event to be held October 28th, 2023. Is there any questions from council on that before I read the motion? Moved by Stewart, seconded by Grigg, that the Council of the Township of Zorra approve exemption to the noise control bylaw submitted by the Tavistock and District Rod and Gun Club for an event located at 336994 33rd line on October 28th, 2023, to allow an additional trap shoot from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and that the Tavistock and District Rod and Gun Club distribute an informative handout with the event information to all surrounding neighbors by October 18th, 2023. Anybody wish to speak to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9D, correspondence from Oxford County regarding Transportation Master Plan. Any questions for staff on that before I read the motion? Moved by Finch, seconded by Mitchell, that correspondence from Oxford County regarding the Transportation Master Plan be received and filed for information purposes, and that council direct staff to provide Oxford County with any concerns within the 75-day comment period. Any discussion? Question for staff. Do we have concerns that we're going to provide on this? I guess there's time to still get concerns and submit them. Okay.
Nothing at this time.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And 9E, correspondence from Oxford County regarding Wastewater Master Plan. Any questions for staff before I read the motion? Moved by Finch, seconded by Mitchell, that correspondence from Oxford County regarding the Wastewater Master Plan be received and filed for information purposes, and that council direct staff to provide Oxford County with any concerns within the 75-day comment period. Any discussion? Question for staff again. Do we have specific concerns that we know about at this time that we want to express in the context of the plan? Don has concerns. He's just doing other work right now.
Yes, I'm back. Right now, the wastewater capacity in Embro is becoming an issue. So I think that we need to have this looked at, and this would be a great opportunity for the county to be advised of that. And the same would go with water, and just updating the water and wastewater capacities in Thames would probably be a good thing as well.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And boards and committees, so I have, not reading it yet, but I do have a motion to deal with 10A and B all together. I guess I'll give an update, brief update on both of those, and then see if you have any questions on them. Where are they here? So correspondence from TAPMO is really, there's no ask there, other than, you know, give input on the recycled asphalt issue. So if this council has input, we have an opportunity to give it. You can give it directly to me, or we can submit it through a letter to TAPMO, TAPMO Chair, President Mayor James Seeley. And that's about it right now, really, on that correspondence. I mean, the letter says it, unless you have anything else. 10B, Community Schools Alliance. There's correspondence there from Chair Raycraft about some changes to the Constitution. In my opinion, they're pretty minor sort of formalities, but we've always tried that to keep that organization like with a proper, you know, Constitution and how it functions. And there was just some items that we identified that are kind of basically irrelevant. They were relevant only to when we first set it up, so they're not really relevant. So it's mostly like housekeeping changes to tidy it up. So that's it. But sent this out to all the member municipalities so that, again, so that it was all above board, and member municipalities who pay fees know that changes to the Constitution are happening. So happy to take questions on either one of those before I read this motion. Moved by Grigg, seconded by Stewart, that items 10A and B be received and filed for information purposes only. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 11, information items. So I have one here to receive and file 11A through F, which is all of them. So I guess questions or comments on any of the questions, I guess, on any of them before I read the motion. Moved by Stewart, seconded by Grigg, that item 11A through F be received and filed for information purposes only. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And I think what I've got is bylaws, calendar, closed, furniture, okay. Moved by Grigg, seconded by Stewart, that bylaws 38-23, 39-23, and 40-23 be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the same and affix the corporate seal thereto. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And calendar. So Friday night is the local tractor pull, regular farmers, right? And then the Saturday night, I think, is the fully modified, crazy headphones and earplugs tractors. And then Monday holiday. I'm not seeing a lot here. Oh yeah. Yeah. Are you one of them? Yeah, good. Anybody else going on the bus tour on Wednesday? You're on it. Oh, it's next one. Yeah. Anybody else? I'm going. If county council's done in time, they set it up for 1 o'clock. It's one meeting. Like, I mean, we're still here at 1:30. So anyway, I am going if we're done in time. Okay. We got a ways to go here until we're back. Yeah. AMO, the 20th to the 23rd. Who's going to AMO? Okay. We're finalizing one for education, or maybe it's finalized now. I think they sent it back, so it's finalized. Yeah, I don't. He has the time. So yeah. And then after AMO, on the 27th, okay? Back here on the 6th? Is that right? I didn't miss anything? Really? Yeah. Can you send me the info on the 19th on the, I don't have that anywhere. Is it? Okay, I'll have to check that. Okay. Anything else, items of community interest calendar? Paul?
Sunday, August 13th, 5:15, the Canadian Food Grains Pig Roast and Potluck at Brown's Corners.
Oh.
Matt just mentioned the Harrington Mill Open House, that's from 10 till 3 on August 19th. Tuesday, August 29th is Upper Thames meeting, and it's past our next meeting, but ticket sales will be cut off.
Yeah.
Thursday, September 7th, Uniondale Firefighters Chicken Barbecue. And I know we talk about upcoming events, but I'd like to mention some.
It's items
events
of community interest, so.
Okay, so over the last few months, there's been a series of Amish auction sales. The Amish community moved to Uniondale, Medina, Browns Corner area in 1961, and they have made a decision as a group to move to Michigan because of the high cost of farmland in our area. So their school has been closed and their farms have been sold, and the local Amish community, if they're not gone yet, they will be within a matter of weeks. If anybody wants to read more about it, Stu Slater had a two-part article on the July 19th and July 26th editions of the St. Mary's Independent, which you can get online, talking about the contributions that the Amish have made to our community. And it's really an end of an era in the northwest corner of Zorra Township.
It's really weird. Yeah, it's really strange. It's starting to look different already. Like, it's, yeah, different place. Anything else for items of community interest to the calendar? Not seeing anything then. Moved by Stewart, seconded by Grigg, that council move into closed meeting session at 1:33 p.m. pursuant to section 239.2B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Maggie, can you let us know when we are in No one, we're back in open. Thank you. Moved by Grigg, seconded by Stewart, that council authorize the Cali/Calathumpian submission to be included in the Zorra Asset Name Registry for future use for a municipal asset. Is there any discussion? Deputy Mayor Grigg.
I just wanted to thank residents for submitting names for consideration. We had some good ones that we've discussed, and selected one that we hope at some point will be assigned to a future asset in Zorra.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And moved by Grigg, seconded by Stewart, that bylaw 41-23, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held August 2nd, 2023, be read a first, second, and third time this August 2nd, 2023. And further, that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the same and affix the corporate seal thereto. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Everything okay? I confirmed, we're confirmed now anyway, so it's kind of, sure? Okay. Moved by Stewart, seconded by Grigg, that this session of council be now adjourned and herewith closed at 2:35 p.m. and the next meeting of council be called for the September 6th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. in the council chambers of the Township Municipal Office. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried, and we are adjourned.